Hello everyone and good morning. Welcome in the session of PL-900 that is for Microsoft Power Platform Fundamental. As I can see on my screen that few candidates are joining in here. So let's just wait for 5 more minutes, then we are continuing with the session. All right. All right, good morning everyone. And once again, I welcome you all in the virtual training day session for the course called PL-900 that is Microsoft Power Platform Fundamental. And thank you very much, everyone, for joining me in the session today. Before starting up working with the session in here, quickly checking up that can you guys hear me loud and clear in the class? And also can see the screen which I'm sharing now. It's PowerPoint presentation. All right. Thank you for the confirmation from your rank. So now we are going to start the PL-900 session that is for Power Platform Fundamentals. And thank you once again, everyone, for the quick confirmation in here once again. So let's get started the session with the quick introduction in here. So as you all know that my name is Ayush Mishra and I am working as a solution architect and Microsoft certified trainer at GTechLearn with having 6+ years of experience in the industry. I have started myself as a system administrator. Then slowly and gradually, I have upgraded myself towards the different technologies of Microsoft Cloud itself, in which I'm working as a Microsoft Azure as a primary area of my work. Apart from that, I'm working over to the Microsoft Power Platform as a secondary area of my work in here. And if I'm talking about my time, so the 60% of my time goes for training the customers what we are having across the globe. And the 40% of my time goes for consulting the customers what we are having across the globe as well. Being a Microsoft certified trainer, I'm also certified in the different Microsoft data tracks over there, and my certifications are listed in the next presentation in here. As you can see that I'm certified into the Dynamics track, I'm certified into the Power Platform track, Azure Infrastructure track, or Office 365 track as well. That's okay. But today in this course, in this session of PL-900, we are majorly going to focus about this one that is related to the Microsoft Power Platform Fundamental. So that is the course, and this is the one which we are going to discuss in our today's session. That's okay. So that is all about in myself in terms of what I am working on. So let's get started in here with the session and talking about the course agenda. So the course agenda is something like with the different 6 modules present as a part of the agenda in this course, what we are going to discuss in our entire day. In the first module of this course called PL-900, we are going to start our session with the introduction to the Microsoft Power Platform, where we are going to take a look at what the Microsoft Power Platform is, how do we work with the Microsoft Power Platform. Then in the next module, we are going to talk about the introduction towards the Microsoft Dataverse. In the third module, we are going to talk about the getting started with the Power Apps as well. That's fine. In this specific course called PL-900, also we are having the labs available. So how the class going on today. First of all, I'm going to explain the concepts to you. I'm going to demonstrate the things to you. And then after, you guys are having your dedicated time for performing the labs on your end. And while performing the lab, if you guys are facing any issue on the same, you guys can reach me out and I can help you up in order to complete the labs. So completing the labs during the session will help you to understand the concepts and the things, whatever the things I'm explaining in the session. So talking about the very first module in here, so in this specific module number 1, we are going to focus to learn about the Microsoft Power Platform. We are trying to understand that actually what the Microsoft Power Platform is, what are the different services which do we are having present as a part of the Microsoft Power Platform. How do we go ahead and set up a trial environment for us if we do want to work with the Power Platform as well? Then in the next module, we are majorly going to talk about the Microsoft Dataverse, because the Power Platform is released on the Microsoft Dataverse, and we can say the Microsoft Dataverse is a database where all the data we are having present, all the user data we can say related to the Microsoft Dynamics 365, related to the Office 365, Azure Active Directory onwards. Then in the third module of this course, we are going to talk about the getting started with the Power Applications. And in that specific module, we are going to take a look what are the different type of Power Applications which do we have, what are the different type of Power Application we can create, what are the different ways, how do we go ahead and create those applications. Then based on that, we are having the lab exercise also present in this module. Moving ahead with the course agenda, so then we are having the next module in line. That is the module number 4. And in that module, we are going to talk about the Power Automate. Means if we want to go ahead and automate the things what we are having, so in that we can go ahead and use the Power Automate. For example, if we are doing a day-to-day task where we need to perform any specific activity again and again. So instead of doing all the stuff again and again, we can set up one flow, we can create one automation flow, and after creating that specific automation flow, we can do those things as an automated solution. That's fine. Then in the 5th module of this course, we are going to talk about the Power BI. And the Power BI is a tool which is used to represent the data into a graphical manner. So if we want to analyze the data, if we want to present the data, what we are having in our end to the different persons into the interactive manner. So in that case, we are going to utilize the Power BI. So that is something what we are going to discuss as a part of the fifth module in this course. Then in the sixth module of this course, we are going to talk about the Power Virtual Agents itself. It means that we all are using the different shopping websites, different service and support websites over there. And over there, we are having the support section are available where an automated chat is present to us for our different FAQs and the queries what we are having. So instead of we are aligning one person to those queries, what we are doing by utilizing the Power Virtual Agent, we are creating a chatbot, and that bot is going to help us in order to handle the queries, whatever the queries coming up from the customers to us. That's okay. So that is the course agenda in here in the PL-900. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the class facilities in here, so we are scheduled to run this class today, and this is a 8 hours class, and the class is started from 9 a.m. Pacific time onwards. So we are planning for the lunch break at 1 p.m. as a Pacific time. And in between, we are having two short breaks are available for the 15 minutes. So at any given point of time, if you guys are thinking that I'm moving way much faster with the content, I should slow it down in order to maintain the pace of the trading. And I'm moving way much faster with the demonstration. So you guys can have a chat access with you, or you guys can have a voice access with you. You can reach me out and ping me so I can slow it down to maintain the pace of the training itself. That's okay. So that is the overall course agenda what we are having into this course called PL-900. And I also talked about the facilities what we are having during the session. So let's jump up to the very first module of this course. But before moving ahead, if you guys want to go ahead and register yourself for the different upcoming webinars and the events what we have present into the GTechLearn website. So either you can scan this QR code with your mobile device, or simply you can go to the website, which is gtechlearn.com/webinars ASPX, and then after you can register yourself. So let me show that thing to you. And here you can see, you can simply go to the website called gtechlearn.com, and inside that we are having the event and webinar section available. From in here, you can see an option for the upcoming event. And inside the upcoming event, you can see whatever the upcoming events which we are having listed in here. And according to your requirement, you can go ahead and do register yourself for the specific event which you want to join. So I'm copying up this URL and also sharing the specific URL over to the chat with you. Also, when it comes up to the lab, so for the lab, I can share you this link that is having all the lab instructions available. Let me open it up. And here you can see that we are having all the lab scenarios are available along with the lab instructions. So it is talking about the setting up your lab environment first, then it is talking about the module introduction and all. So you can skip the lab 0 because I'm going to show you that how do we go ahead and set up an environment for ourselves for the different lab practices what we are having in this course. And you can access that URL in order to see all the instructions what we are having. Also, you need some files in order to complete the labs what we are having in this course. So for the same in the GitHub, here you can see if I'm moving back to the lab or in the course in here. So here, this is the option available for download zip. So from in here, you can download all the zip file, and then you can see all the things what we are having inside this zip file, and you can utilize those files in your lab over there. That's okay. So that is the class resources which we need to distribute in here. And that is all about the course introduction in here. Before moving ahead and starting up with the very first module of this course, please let me know everyone if you are having any questions related to the course introduction or the lab access with you. Alright, so let's get started with the very first module of this course called PL-900. Let me open up the slides on the screen. Okay, so now we are on the very first module of this course called PL-900. And in this module, we are going to take a look about the Power Platform overview. That's fine. So let's get started with the module. So in this specific lesson, we are going to talk about the different components and the features what we are having in the Microsoft Power Platform. Also, we are going to take a look at how do we go ahead and add a value inside our business by utilizing the Power Platform solution with our business. And we also going to talk about when we have to use which component of the Power Platform in our business to create the different solution for us. That's okay. So the first slide is in here that is talking about the Microsoft Power Platform. So if I am talking about this one, the Microsoft Power Platform, so the Power Platform is the combination of four different key products which are listed in the presentation. The first one, that is your Power Applications. Then we are having the Power App, Power BI, sorry, Power Automate, Power BI, and Power Virtual Agent. Okay, so Microsoft Power Platform is the platform where we are having these four different tools are present, or we can say these four different portals are present. Power Platform is only combining all these tools together, and the tool calls Power Platform. Technically, we are having four different portals are there according to the same that we are having the different portal for the Power Applications. We are having the different portal for the Power Automate. We are having the different portal for the Power BI. Also, we are having the different portal for the Power Virtual Agent as well. That's okay. As of now, if I'm talking about the Microsoft Power Platform in here, so apart from these four portals, what I have talking about, like your Power App portal, Power BI portal, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agent portal, we are having one more portal present that is known as a Power Platform Admin Center. Okay. So we are having the Power Platform Admin Center also present, and we are using the Power Platform Admin Center in order to manage the different environments what we are having. Inside that, we are creating the different solutions related to the applications, BI related thing, Power Automate related thing, and the Power Virtual Agent thing. So I'm going to open up my portal and let me show you one thing in here. So here I'm opening up my browser and let me make a login to the Power Platform Admin Center. So for accessing the Power Platform Admin Center, we have two different options are present. We can go to the short URL that is aka.ms/ppac. So this is the short URL which we can utilize in order to go ahead and access the Microsoft Power Platform Admin Center. Apart from that, we can go to the admin.powerplatform.microsoft.com and then we can access the same. That's okay. Let me open up another browser. This is the one. And that's fine. So now you can see it is opening up the Power Platform Admin Center for me. Okay, let me make a sign in here. And this is the account what I want to use. We copy the user principal name. I want to make a sign in with another account. And this is going to be the password for my account. And here it is logging in to the Microsoft Power Platform Admin Center. So that is the one portal which we can access. Apart from that, if we do want to access the Microsoft Power application, so in that case, we can go to the make.powerapps.com and then we can access the Power Apps portal. So this is the first portal, that is Power Platform Admin Center. This is the another one where we can go ahead and use the Microsoft Power applications. And let me do one thing. You select this account. And if you guys do wanted to access the Power Platform Microsoft Power Automate, we can say, so you guys can go to the flow.microsoft.com. So that is the another portal. And from in here, you can make the sign in with the same account. Okay. Then the another portal is called app.powerbi.com. And the next portal is web.powerva.microsoft.com. So technically here you can see that we are having 1, 2, 3, 4 different portals are present, which we can utilize to deploy the solution what we want. So for example, if we want to go ahead and deploy the Power application, so in that case, we can use the portal called make.powerapps.com. If we want to create the automated flow, if we want to make the things in an automated way, so we can go ahead and utilize this portal called Microsoft Power Automate. Previously, this is known as a Microsoft Flows as well. That's why we are having that thing present. If we do wanted to create a report, if we do wanted to create a dashboard and the interactive chart, in that case, we can go ahead and use the Power BI. If we want to go ahead and create an automated chatbot, in that case, we can utilize this portal called Power Virtual Agents over there. That's fine. And if I want to manage all of these portal settings, the data source, help and support, settings related things. So for the same, we are having this portal present that is known as a Power Platform Admin Center. And from in there, we can manage the different environments what we are having in here, like my PL class environment or my default environment what I have. That's okay. So let's go back to the portal and see the things in here. So here you can see inside my Power App section, I'm having the different applications are present in my PL class environment. And let me go to there. And maybe there is some issue with my browser. So that's why I'm not having the access in here. Okay, so now you can see my all applications are listed in here. If I want to open any one of my application, then I simply go ahead and click over to that specific application. Then we will be able to access that specific application what we are having. So let me go with this option. And here in I need to enter my password. And then I have accessed my application called Sales Hub. And this is a model driven application what I am accessing in here. That's okay. So that is only for the quick information that how do we go ahead and utilize the existing things, existing applications what we are having in the Microsoft Power Platform. if I'm talking about the URLs, so the URL is most important when we want to access the different portals in here. That's fine. Moving back to the presentation, then the next slide that is talking about the business value of the Power Platform over there. So in that case, if I'm talking about the how Power Platform help us in order to add the value inside our business. So in that case, we can easily work with the different things. Like if we do wanted to create an application, okay. So in the previous time, what we have to do, we have to hire a developer, and then developer is going to develop the application for us, and accordingly, we need to work on the same. That's fine. But by utilizing the Microsoft Power Platform, by utilizing the one of the component of Microsoft Power Platform called Power Apps, we can also go ahead and create no code and low code Power applications without having any extra cost associated with the same. That's fine. As well as if we do wanted to make our things more automated, in that way we can utilize the different tools what we are having present as a part of the Microsoft Power Platform. We can also maintain or increase the collaboration with the Microsoft Power Platform by interacting with the different tools together what we are having in the Microsoft Power Platform. That's fine. Now moving ahead, and this slide is talking about the Microsoft Power application. So whenever you are seeing this logo, this icon, that represent a Microsoft Power applications. And by utilizing the Microsoft Power application, we can create an application with a low code development environment. We cannot say that we are having a drag and drop experience for creating the application like we are having those options present in the different CMS softwares. However, we can create the applications with the low code environment. And if we do want to type a code, then only we need to type some functions only in order to work with those things over there. That's fine. So the first thing of Power application is that if we do want to create a highly customizable application on our end with the different data what we are having, so we can create those application by utilizing the Power application. Same as like that, if we do want to use the Microsoft Dataverse or the existing database what we are having, so accordingly we can go ahead and create the model driven applications as well. And also we can embed those applications, and we can access those applications in our mobile devices, in our laptop, in our tablet, and in our desktop as well. So majorly we are having the three different type of Power Apps are available, which we can create. The first one that is known as a Canvas application. Let me go back. Oh, so the first type of application what we create, so we can create a Canvas application. Then we can go ahead and create a model driven application, and we can also create the portal applications as well. So we are having the difference between the Canvas application, model driven application, and the portal application itself. And we are having the dedicated module on the Power applications itself. But as of now, for the introduction, let me explain you the thing. So the Canvas application is a type of Power application which we can create from the multiple data sources over there. For an example, if we are having the data available into my on-premises server, then I can utilize that data in order to create a Power application. If I'm having my data present into the SharePoint, then also we can go ahead and create the application from that data. If I'm having my data present into the Outlook, if I'm having the data present inside my database server, then we can utilize the multiple data sources in order to create the Power application, as well as we can utilize multiple data sources inside a single Power Application as well. That is the first thing related to the Power Canvas application. Second thing, what we are having as a part of the Canvas application is that we can customize the Canvas application design. We can customize the Power Canvas application interface according to ourselves. We can highly customize the Canvas application. Then we are having the second type of Power App available, that is known as a model-driven application. In the model-driven application, we can only utilize the Microsoft Dataverse as a type of the data source for creating the application, and we cannot too much customize the model driven application. The structure of model driven application is same, and we can only add and remove the different items according to our requirement in the model driven application. If we want to create the model driven application with the data what we are having outside from the Microsoft Dataverse, then, first of all, we need to put all the data, insert all the data inside the Microsoft Dataverse, and then we can create the application based on the data what we are having in the Microsoft Dataverse. That's fine. So that is the model-driven application. Then we are having the third type of application in place that is known as a portal application. So in the scenarios where we want to represent the things towards the different employees in my organization, towards the different customers and the partners in our organization. So in that case, we can go ahead and create the public facing web pages by using the portal applications over there. And that is utilizing the Microsoft Dataverse at the backend as well. So these all are the three different type of Power applications which do we have and which do we create by using the Power Apps in here. So that is all about the Power Apps in here. Moving ahead with the next thing that is talking about the Power Automate. Before talking about this tool in here, please let me know everyone if you are having any pending question related to the Power applications. All right, thank you for the confirmations from your end, everyone. Now we are going to talk about the second component, the second pillar of the Microsoft Power Platform that is known as a Power Automate. As per the name, we all can see that this is the tool that is related to the automation. For example, if I'm receiving 100 or 200 mails in a day, okay, I'm receiving 100 mail in a day, and in all those 100 mail, I'm having 50 to 60 mail with the attachment. And what I'm doing, I'm downloading all the attachments from my email first, and then I'm uploading all the attachment to my OneDrive. So that is the manual process. By using the Power Automate, what we can do, we can set up that if I'm receiving an email with the attachment, then a flow should be run and it will automatically save the specific attachment towards my OneDrive. So that is the thing what we can do by using the Microsoft Power Automate in here. So it will automate and model the business process across the different applications and the services what we are running. Also, it will having the different automation options are available. We can go ahead and create a simple automation. We can go ahead and create the advanced automation as well. Those are having the branches available, the conditions available as well. In the picture, you can see it is the invoice processing flow, which is showing on the screen. And here you can see when an item arrive, then by using the AI builder capability, it is processing the invoice, and accordingly, it is having the condition that if the account is greater than 85, then if yes, then save the invoice detail. If no, then it is sending the thing to the approval. And when the thing is approved by the approver, then the invoice is going to be saved into the CRM. Otherwise, this detail is discarded for the same. So that is the example for the complex Power Automate thing. But what example I have explained, that if I want to save my email attachment automatically to the OneDrive, so that is a simple example for the Power Automate. Inside the Power Automate, in the automation flow, we are having the important things are available, like trigger action, grant approval, and notification. So trigger actions are something like when any specific condition met, when any specific trigger occur, then what action is going to be performed by the specific Power Automate flow what we have created. Also, we can go ahead and create a different type of flows. Those are related to the cloud flow. So if we do want to automate our cloud scenarios, so we can go ahead and create a cloud flow. We can also go ahead and create a on-premises workflows as well, like our desktop flow. We can schedule the flow to be run like for a specific period of time, for a specific or in a specific time the flow should be run. We can create the button flow that whenever we are pressing the button manually, then a manual flow trigger. So accordingly, we can create the multiple type of automate flows over there. That's fine. Then let me go ahead with the Power BI option in here. So if I'm talking about this one, so the Power BI is a tool which we can use in order to represent our data, in order to analyze our data into the graphical manner, in the forms of the chart, in the forms of the different reports what we are having. Because by using the Power BI, we can run the analytics over to the data. Just for an example, if I'm having the sales data present for 3 or 4 years, according to the salesperson, according to the product, according to the product category, according to the city, or according to the specific area, and we want to get the different insight that I want to see like how much sales has been made according to the salesperson and the project, how much sales has been made according to the product and according to the city itself. So for the same, we need to go ahead and use the different filters over there. So instead of using the different filters, what we can do, we can go ahead and create an interactive dashboard and represent our data to the others into a very proper manner. So for the same, what we can do, we can go ahead and utilize the Power BI. Then the question comes up that if we want to create the data report, if we want to create the interactive dashboard with the Power BI, then how do we go ahead and ingest our data to the Power BI? Because the Power BI is a separate tool and we are having the data into the separate place. So we can connect our data with the different data sources by utilizing the different options which we are having present inside the Microsoft Power BI. And then accordingly, we can go ahead and set up the report, create the dashboard accordingly. And as well as if we do want to create a live dashboard, if we do want to create the different interactive report, so we can also create those live dashboard as well. And in the live dashboards, if we are changing the data, if we are changing the data into the our area where we have stored or ingested data in the Power BI, then we will be able to see those changes into the dashboard itself. We can also see those dashboard in the web application, in the mobile phone, in the different tablet phones as well as if we have created any report, if we have created any dashboard in the Power BI, and we do want to embed those things to our Power application and to our Canvas application itself, then we can also go ahead and utilize the same things and embed the Power BI dashboard, the Power BI report towards our canvas application and the model driven application as well. That's fine. Then we are having the next tool present, which is known as a Power Virtual Agent. And we can use the Power Virtual Agent in order to create a different automated chatbot where we need to provide the specific topic to the our chatbot, and then we can utilize and use those chatbot in order to work for us. The important thing is that when we are talking about the creation of those chatbot, in that case you don't need to go for the data scientist knowledge. You don't need to write a much number of code. If you need to just write some functions, or you can use the just drag and drop thing in here, and you can create the chatbot what you wanted. Also, you can integrate that bot towards the different web applications what you are running. If you are working with the Teams environment, then you can also integrate your specific chatbot to the Microsoft Teams as well. That's fine. And as well, if I am talking about the performance of my chatbot. So inside the Power Virtual Agent, my apologies, we are having this specific option present called analytics, and we can use this analytics option in order to see the performance of our chatbot, and accordingly we can make the improvement into our chatbot, and that will increase the performance of our chatbot as well. That's fine. So these all are the four different pillars what we have discussed in the Microsoft Power Platform, like Power Application, Power Automate, Power BI, and Power Virtual Agent. Then the Microsoft Dataverse comes up in the line. So the Microsoft Dataverse is a centralized database where we are having all the data present related to the Azure users, Office 365 and Dynamics 365 users. So if you guys are having experience with the Dynamics 365 with you, then you are really familiar with the Microsoft Dataverse. However, we can say that for the new persons, the Dataverse is only the thing where we are having all the things are present as a part of the row and column. That's fine. Okay, now moving ahead with the next slide in here. So it is talking about the different flexibility related thing of the Microsoft Dataverse. So in that case, you can see that if we are having the different data and services are present into the Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, Microsoft Azure, maybe we are having the data and services are running inside our on-premises and the data works. So for connecting those services towards the Microsoft Power Platform, as of now, we are having 450 plus connectors are available, which we can utilize in order to connect with those resources and ingest the data from those resources towards the Microsoft Power Platform. And based on the data and the services what we have ingested, we can use the process automation as well in order to create the approvals, in order to create the Power Automate flow, in order to create the desktop automation. We can also utilize the AI builder related thing. How do we go ahead and utilize the AI builder thing into it? So in that case, for example, we are collecting the business card from our partners, okay? And inside the business card, we are having to in that case, when we are talking about the AI builder, so we are having the option for automated thing over there. Like that, in our business card, we are having few information available like email, name, contact number, and address. And after collecting the email, yes, Preeti, you are going to receive all the recordings on the website itself. Okay. In a that time, I'll show you that how do you go ahead and access to the recording. That's fine. So In that business card, we are having those details available, what I have told you, and you need to manually enter those details to your database, to your Excel file, or anywhere where you are saving that detail. So by using the AI builder, what we can do, we can create a model, and by using that model, we can implement that model with the Canvas application or the different Power application what we have created. Then with that specific application, we just need to scan that specific business card, and accordingly, it is going to recognize the name, email, phone number, and the contact, and then it will save all the details into the database itself. That's fine. And for completing the all of those things, what the user experience we are having, we can create the rich mobile power applications. We can access those power application with the mobile phone. We can embed those power applications to the different applications as well. For example, we are having one Canvas application and we do want to embed that application with the model driven application. So yes, we can do that. We can also create the authenticated web portals where our users can go ahead and make a login in order to access the data what we are having present inside our database. We can go with the mixed reality experiences by using the AI builders itself. We can go ahead and access the Power Virtual Agent. We can access to the Power BI for running the different type of analytics, and also we can integrate those things with the Microsoft Teams project, Microsoft Dynamics 365, and different Microsoft 365 products what we are having, like Office 365. That's fine. Now, moving ahead with the next concept that is talking about the data connectors. Before moving ahead with that specific thing, let me show you something. Inside my portal, here you can see if I am opening it up. In the Power application, you can see that we are having all the options are present for the Dataverse, for the flows, chatbot, AI builders, card solutions itself. In the Dataverse, you can see that I am having the option for the custom connector, gateway, and all. That's fine. As of now, I am on my environment PL class. And from the Dataverse option, we can go ahead and see the different connections what we have created in the PL class environment. Let me refresh the page once. Okay, and now here you can see that I'm having the tables options are present. And inside the tables in the Dataverse, you can see that I'm having the different tables are present. And inside the tables, we are having the row, column, and all the things are available. And if we do wanted to create a new table for ourselves, so we can go ahead and create a new table also. In the AI Builder option in the Power Applications in here, we can go ahead and create a different model. So as of now, I told you one example that is for scanning the business card. So for the same, first of all, we need to start a free trial for the AI model because I'm using the demo environment in here. Then when you go for the building a model, then here you can see that we are having the different type of templates are available, like extract information from invoices, extract all text in the photos and the PDF, extract information from the receipt. So same as like that, we are having the multiple AI models are available. So from in here, what we can do, we can create a specific model. Then we can embed those model with the different applications. We can say the Power applications what we are creating, and then we can start utilizing those models for our business solution. That's fine. And here you can see the slide comes up that is talking about the connector. So as I told you that by utilizing the Microsoft Power Platform, Power App area, if we do wanted to create a different application with the different sources where our data reside, we can use the Microsoft data connectors in here. And the data connectors are helping us in order to connect with the different services what we are having. And the connectors are available for the multiple products what we are having, like Microsoft Power Automate, Power Application, and the Logic application itself. So in this portal here, you can see that if I'm clicking on the connector option, so in the connection you can see that we are having the multiple connectors are available. So these all are the connectors, and by using those connectors, what we can do, we can create a connection with the specific service. So as of now here you can see that I have connected with the OneDrive for Business. So this is the connection between my Power Application and my OneDrive for Business. If I do want to create a new connection with the SQL database, or with the Google Drive, or with the different any other thing with the SharePoint itself, then we need to utilize this connector, and this connector is called SharePoint. Once I click into this connector, then you can see it is having two different options, like on which SharePoint do you want to make a connection. You want to make a connection directly to the SharePoint cloud service, or you do want to create a connection to the SharePoint which is running on the on-premises data gateway. So as of now, I want to make a connection with the SharePoint that is in cloud. Let me go ahead and click on the create. Then it is asking you for the username and the password. So as of now, I'm utilizing all the thing into the same account. So let me select my this account in here. And then now you can see it is adding a connection, and once the connection is added, then I will be able to utilize the data what I'm having in the SharePoint in order to create a different applications in the Power App portal. So I can create a Canvas application, and also I can go ahead and create a model driven application with the same. But the important thing is that if I do want to create a model driven application with the data what I'm having in the SharePoint, then first of all, I need to import all the data into the Microsoft Dataverse. And once we are having all the data present into the Microsoft Dataverse, then after we can go ahead and create a model driven application on the same. That's fine. Also, we can search to the Google, like if you want to search for the data connectors power platform. So here you can see in that specific list that we are having the list of the different supported connectors in the Microsoft Power Automate itself, and what are the popular connectors, which connectors are recently added into the Microsoft Power Platform. And here we can see the list of all the connectors. When we are moving ahead with the Power Automate module, then I'm going to explain you that what is the difference between the premium one and the different this one. That's fine. And here you can see the different connectors what we are having. Okay. Apart from that, we are having 450 plus connectors are available in order to connect with the different services what we are having. But still, if you don't find your type of connector with you, then what you can do, you can go ahead and create a custom connector for you, and you can have three different options are available in order to create a custom connector for you. You can use a blank connector, you can create a connector from an open API definition, or also if you are having any API running with you. So you can use the Postman collection in order to create a custom connector for you. And also you need to create a custom connector once, and then you can utilize that specific connector with the different portals what we are having. That's okay. In the portal, you can see inside this area that if I want to create a new connector, then how do I create it? So inside this area on the connector option, we can see the option for the custom connectors in here. As of now, here you can see I don't have any custom connector. So if you want to click a custom connector, then you can create a custom connector from blank. You can create it from the Azure service. You can import the connector from the GitHub. You can import it from the Postman, API URL or file. So we are having the different options are present, which we can utilize in order to create a custom connector. As of now, we are dealing with the very fundamental course of the course called PL-900. So in that course, we are not having that things are present where we are clicking a custom connector. That is only the way by which we go ahead and create the custom connectors. That's fine. Then the important thing comes up in the line that is talking about the data loss prevention, compliance, and the privacy related thing. So in that case, if I'm talking about the same thing in here, so every organization is working, or the for every organization, the very important asset is called data. And by using the different data loss prevention policies, we can save our environment, we can save our environment for the different type of data loss over there. And for the same, we can use the different compliance in the data privacies as well. In that case, the Microsoft is committed to us for the different highest level of trust, where it is working with the different privacy principles like trust, transparency, standard comforts, and regulatory compliance according to the area, according to the region where the Microsoft is providing the services. And in the regulatory compliance area, we are having the data protection policies are available. Inside that, we are having the data protection available for the data as it is in transit between the user and the device, and also as in the Microsoft Data Center are secured. So it is establishing the connection between the customer and the Microsoft into a secure manner. Also, it is having the resource to manage the GDPR compliance option. So in the European Union's, the General Data Protection Regulation is one of the newest privacy regulation that is enacted that give the right to the people to manage their personal data over there. So Microsoft Power Platform fully support the GDPR compliance related thing over there. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the accessibility in Microsoft Power Platform, so the Microsoft Power Platform is going to be accessible for all kind of users in the world. And also, if the users is having any disability like vision, hearing, and all, then we can also go ahead and implement those capabilities into the Canvas application, and then the users can easily access the Canvas applications for the same. That's fine. So that is something what we need to discuss in here as a part of the data loss prevention thing, compliance related thing, privacy related, and the accessibility related thing in here. So in all of those discussion, we discussed about the Microsoft Power Platform, we discussed about the Dataverse, we discussed about the different components or the pillars in the Power Platform like Power Application, Power App, Power BI, Power Automate, Power BI, and Power Virtual Agent. We can create the different solution by pulling all the things together. Like we can create a custom application by using the Power Application. Based on that, we can run the different automation over to there. Then we can analyze those data what we are having inside this application with using the Power BI, and then we can build the powerful chatbot with the Power Virtual Agent. So for an example, if I have created one application for the sales, and the sales people are recording the sales information into the specific application. So for the same, for recording the sales information into the database, I have created one Canvas application, for example. So here I have used the Power App. Then I make a automated rule when any sales is made in the Power Application or in the database is more than 10,000, then in that case a thank you mail is redirected to the customer. So here we are utilizing the another tool that is a Power Automate, and based on that monthly, on the monthly report, we want to create a report as an interactive dashboard that how much sales we make in a month, how much product we sold in a month. So for the same, we are utilizing the Power BI component of Microsoft Power Platform in here. And for the different chat related FAQs, we have created an automated chatbot who is responding to the customers. So here we are utilizing the another pillar of the Microsoft Power Platform, that is Power Virtual Agent, and that will complete a business solution for us. So that is how we can utilize the Power Automate by analyzing the thing, by automating the thing, and by acting over to the thing. And this will help us to add the value in our business instead of doing all the things in a manual manner. That's fine. So that is all about the module number 1 in here. Before moving ahead and giving you the information related to the lab environment, please let me know everyone if you are having any pending question related to the things what we have discussed for the module number 1. All right, so let me show you that how do you guys go ahead and validate your lab environment for you. So as of now, I am utilizing one link, and also I'm sharing that link with you over to the chat. What you guys can utilize in order to create a free trial for yourself. And please do not perform the steps with me. Please see the step, please see the process. And once I'm done with the thing, then you guys have your separated time to complete the lab steps as well. So here you can see in my browser, let me open up. You need to go to this URL that is for Microsoft Dynamics 365 Customer Engagement Plan Trial. Yes, please.
Hi Ayush, I have one question.
Mm-hmm.
As you told, like we have three apps: Canvas app, model-driven app, and Portal app.
Mm-hmm.
So now the Portal app and the Power Automate. What is the
Mm.
difference between Portal app and Power Automate?
Okay, no problem. So if you are talking about the difference between the Power Automate and the Portal application, right? So
Right,
by
right.
using the Power Automate, we are automating the things, okay? And by using the Portal application, we are representing the data by creating the external facing websites over there, right? For example, if we want to create automation for the email, or if we are adding any entry into the SharePoint, and based on that we want to get an email over there that which entry is added over to the SharePoint with the detail of that entry. So for completing that scenario, we can utilize the Power Automate. However, if we want to show the data to our employees, if we want to show the data to our partners by creating the external facing website, in that case, we are using the portal applications.
Okay, so creating this type of website is
Mhm.
different. Like we have a different link to create this type of website.
Yes, let me show you.
Okay.
Inside this portal, you can see that when we are moving to the applications and we want to create a new application, then it is talking about us, okay? Like you want to create a Canvas application, you want to create a model driven application, or you want to create a portal application. Previously, this thing is known as a portal application, but recently Microsoft introduced the Power Pages. So that's why it is rebranded the portal applications as a websites in here, right? So from in here, we can create the website. But if we do want to create a flow, then we need to go to the powerautomate.microsoft.com, .make.powerautomate.com. And then from in here, we can create the automation tools, right?
Okay, now I got you. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. So here you can see if we are creating the portal from the blank, so the deployment of the portal could take approximately 45 minutes. So let me go one thing. I'm going to create one deployment for the portal, and after that we will see this thing. The demo.
So I have one another question. This
Mhm.
portal thing is also the part of the PL-900 certification?
In that specific course, we are not going too much deeper into the portal application. We are focusing to the Power application for the Canvas and the model-driven application, right?
Okay.
Yes. That's fine. Let me correct the spelling. Okay, this sir. Okay, I'll set it up in the free time. Now, let me show you that how do we go ahead and create a free trial for us. So we can go to this URL, and after the demonstration, I'm also going to share this URL with you, and it's request to all, please create your trial environment, because in our upcoming modules, we are having the labs in place, which you guys need to be done in order to complete this training. So here you can use your any one of your personal email. So I'm utilizing my this one. Then you can go with the next, and it says that looks like you need to create a new account. Let me set up a new account, and here I'm going to enter my first name and the last name. In the business phone number, you can go ahead and enter your phone number, and in your this phone number you are going to receive one authentication code or OTP in order to verify your number. In my company, let me type the name GTech, and from in here you can select the number of people in your company or the company size. You can select it randomly. Then you can select the country and region and accept this thing and go with the continue. In the next type, you need to verify your phone number. So from in here, you can select the region or the country code for you. So here I am, and let me select my country code and select verification code. And I'm expecting one verification code on my mobile phone that I need to enter in here in order to verify my phone number. So the code is 716356, and click on the verify. And now here you can see once my number is verified, then I need to set up the username. So let me type the username as admin and PL class ST, for example, or PL class BEC, and let me save it. Okay, this is not available. PL class 01. Okay, this name is available. Then you need to enter your password, what you want to set up for this account. Then go with the next. And then it will create a new account for you. It could take 2 or 3 minutes, then you have your account in place. Okay, so now here you can see that my account is created successfully. Let me click on the get started. And it will redirect me to the Microsoft Office 365 Admin Center. But as of now, I am not utilizing the same. I'm going to the another admin center, that is admin dot power platform, or I can use the aka.ms/ppac. This is the short URL for accessing the Power Platform Admin Center, and this will redirect me to the admin.powerplatform.microsoft.com. And from in here, we can go ahead and create an environment for us. So before starting up working with the Microsoft Power Platform, we have to create a environment first, because inside the environment we are having all the things are available. Inside the environment we are having the database present, and inside that database we can go ahead and create a different applications. By default, when we are signing up for this trial, when we are signing up for the Power Platform itself, then we are having the default database are present, but we cannot use that default, sorry, default environment is present, but we cannot use that default environment because there is no database associated with that default environment. So first of all, we need to create a new environment, and once we have our environment in place, then we can go ahead and use the different. Yes, we can create more than one environment in the trial.
Okay, Ayush.
That's fine. It is opening up the Power Platform Admin Center for me. Okay, and let me try to open the same in another browser or in another new tab. Maybe it is taking some time. So let me use another browser for the same. This is the username, and this is the password. Okay, why it is loading? Hmm. Maybe there is some glitch in the browser. No problem. Let me open up my existing environment in here. So once the environment is loaded, you will see a screen like this, and then you need to create a new environment. How do we go ahead and create a new environment? So here you can see that we are having the option present for creating a new environment. We need to click in here. Then we need to provide the name of the environment. And the name of my environment is going to be MBENV, for example. Then leave the reason as it is. In the type, you need to select the trial subscription based. So we are having the multiple type of available. In the trial, we can go with the basic trial option, and in the trial subscription based type of environment creation, we are having the licenses available for the same. We can also create the sandbox environment for the learning purpose, and we can go with the developer option and the production environment itself. But as of now, we have to go with the trial subscription based. Then click on the next. Then you can on this option, and this will deploy some sample application and data for you, which you can utilize for your practice. Then click on the save button. So here you can see my this newly created environment page is already open, and as of now here you can see that I am having only one default environment is present in here. That is my default environment, and if you want to create a new environment, then you can do the same thing. So the PL session is the name of my environment. This is a trial subscription based environment. Let me go with the next. Then I can deploy the sample applications and the data into it. Then let me click on the save. So that is how we can go ahead and create a new environment for us. So is this thing is clear to everyone? Please mark your confirmations. Okay, so that is the thing that how do we go ahead and how do we validate our lab environment? If you do want to delete your environment, then you can select it and go with the delete option once the environment status is ready. You can also recover the recently deleted environment. And if you want to go and see the information related to your environment, then you can see that detail of your environment in here, like what is the URL of your environment, what is the status of your environment, in which region you have deployed, what is the environment ID, and you can also see the database version of your environment and the other things. That's okay. If you do want to make the changes in the settings of your environment, then you can make those settings change from in here. So that is the thing. How do you go ahead and create a lab environment for you? And that is something what you are going to perform in your lab 0 for validating the lab environment. So for the same, I'm going to share the link with you, and you guys can utilize that link in order to create a lab environment for you. So please go ahead and start working with the lab 0 and let me know once you are done with that. And while validating your lab environment, if you are facing any issues, just let me know. Okay, so I hope everyone done with the lab environment validation step. And now let me show you one quick thing in here that how do we utilize the downloaded files inside the lab. So as of now, here you can see that by using the GitHub, we have downloaded the zip file. Okay, let me open up my downloads folder as well. And here you can see that we are having all the GitHub files available into the zip folder. First of all, we need to unzip the same folder. So I have unzipped the folder in my desktop. Okay, it is copying up. Then here you can see that in this area, I'm having the instruction options available where I'm having all the instructions written over there. That's okay. But we are going to utilize this all files in here. In the all file here, you can see that I'm having the application file. We are having the Excel file, Power BI report file, and I'm having the data model also present in the part of the XML. And also we are having the data import zip available with the same. So when we are working with our lab, here you can see, for example, you guys are working on the lab number 2, what we have in here. Let me open up the lab in here. PL-900 Microsoft instructions. Okay, it is opening up. Then in your lab number 1, it says that at the end of the lab that you need to go ahead and import the data. And inside this option, you can see load the Excel file into Drive. Then it says that you have to upload the file and you need to locate and select the physics.xlsx file and open. Then what you have to do, you have to go to the specific folder, what the folder you are having extracted on your desktop. And from in here in the all file area, you can see the physics.xlsx file, and you need to select this file in the upload area and upload that file in order to import the data towards the Microsoft Dataverse. So now the thing is clear to you. All right. Thank you very much for the quick informations. Now I'm moving towards with the second module of this course. So let me open up the presentation on the screen. And here I am. So this is the module number 2, and the module number 2 is talking about the Microsoft Dataverse. Let me go ahead with the very first lesson of this module. So in this lesson, we are going to talk about what are the environment, what are the table, what are the columns in Microsoft Dataverse. We already seen that what is the environment. Okay, then it is talking about the different case and the difference between the Microsoft Dataverse and the Dataverse for Teams. Then in the next area, we are going to describe the relationship and the different type of data models what we are having present into the Microsoft Dataverse. So first of all, if we are talking about the Microsoft Dataverse, so Microsoft Dataverse is a cloud-based low-code data service and app platform which allow you to connect with the different Microsoft services, Dataverse easily connect to all the aspects of the Microsoft Power Platform in here. So in that section here, you can see that by utilizing the Microsoft Dataverse, we are having the proper security available into it. We can keep an eye on the things, what the things are performing into the Microsoft Dataverse by having the auditing feature enabled into it. If we do want to access the Microsoft Dataverse, so first of all, we need to authenticate ourselves in order to access the things what we are having inside the Microsoft Dataverse. Then we can also go with the authorization option. Inside the Microsoft Dataverse, we are having the multiple roles are available, and based on those roles, based on those security permissions, we can go ahead and allow the access to the specific person according to the level of the access. When it's talking about the logic, so we can also go ahead and create the different logics in the Microsoft Dataverse. We can create the calculator and the roll-up column in the Microsoft Dataverse. So for example, if we are having the expense or we are having the cost price of any product is 100 rupees and the selling price of any product is 200 rupees, and then we want to generate the profit accordingly. So instead of putting those values manually when we are creating the table, what we can do, we can create the calculated columns or the roll-up columns over there, and then in that column the profit is automatically calculated according to the cost price and the sales price what we are entering in the above column. Can also go ahead and create the different type of business rules over there. We can implement the business rule in our model driven applications. And by using the business rule, we can validate the column. We can set the specific value for the column. We can hide and show the column accordingly. And also we can utilize the different plugins with the Microsoft Dataverse, as well as we can create the different workflows that is giving us the guided steps that when we need to perform which step, and that thing is known as a business process flow over there. So we can configure those things in the Microsoft Dataverse as well. Apart from that, when it comes up to the data, so Microsoft Dataverse provide us the large capacity of the data modeling, where we can model our data, we can set up the data validation over there, we can create the different templates and the catalog according to the data what we are having, and accordingly we can create the report or based on the data what we are storing into the Microsoft Dataverse itself. That's fine. Apart from that, when it comes up to the another part of storage, so we can store get the data into the Microsoft Dataverse from the different relational database services. We can get the data into the Microsoft Dataverse from the Azure file and blob. We can get the data into the Microsoft Dataverse from the log files. We can having the capability into the Microsoft Dataverse for searching and finding the data, and also we can store the data lake data into the Microsoft Dataverse, where we are having the much amount of data present into it at the same time. That's okay. Then in if I'm talking about the integration, so we can also integrate the Microsoft Dataverse towards the different services what we are having. And based on that, we can create the different webhooks. And by using the webhooks, what we can do, we can integrate different API calls with the same. And if we do want to export the data with the Microsoft Dataverse, so we can easily go ahead and export that data by using the Microsoft Dataverse. That's fine. Now moving ahead and talking about the overview of the Microsoft Dataverse. So Dataverse is a type of a database where we are storing our data in the form of the table. So for an example, if we are having the table, okay, and for example, this is my Excel file, okay, and inside my this Excel file, I am having the different columns are present. One, two, three, four, five, six columns I'm having in here. And then these columns are divided into the different rows. So in that case, we can see that in this table, for example, this table is containing the data related to the student record. And into this student record, I'm having the roll number column, I'm having the name of the student, I'm having the class of the student, I'm having the section of the student present, and the contact number of the student is present in here. That's okay. So as of now, here you can see inside my this table student record, I'm having these columns are present. Then based on that columns, we are having the data present into the specific table. Same as like that, we are having the different tables are present into the Microsoft Dataverse. So the Microsoft Dataverse is a database that is saving the data into the form of the rows and columns over there. That's fine. But the thing is that when we are talking about the tables, so inside the Microsoft Dataverse, we are having three different type of tables are present. We are having the standard table, we are having a custom table, or we are having the activity table present inside the Microsoft Dataverse. So in that case, in the standard table, those are the tables which is going to be automatically created when we are creating an environment, and those tables cannot be deleted. So we cannot delete the standard table. The custom tables are the type of table what we are creating manually, and we can have the option to delete the custom table what we have created. In the activity table, we are having the different type of tables are present, like email, like phone call, like appointment. So if any cable, if any data that is related to the specific activity, like the calling activity, like the email activity, or like the appointment activity, so in that case, we are having those tables are present as a part of the activity table in the Microsoft Dataverse. That's fine. After that, if we are talking about the common data model, so that is a common data model where we are having multiple tables in place, multiple relationships in place between the table. So we are using the relationship into the Microsoft Dataverse. If we do want to create a connection between two different tables, what we are having present into the Microsoft Dataverse, that's okay. Moving ahead to the next slide, and it is talking about the Microsoft Dataverse implements the common data model. So it means that the common data model is something that simplifies and provide the shared data language for the business and the analytical application use. Common data model helps to make it easier in order to bring together data from the multiple system and the applications what we are having. The common data model metadata system makes it possible for the data and its meaning to be shared across the different application business process such as Microsoft Power Application, Microsoft Power BI, Dynamics 365, and Azure. So in that case, when we are talking about the common data model, we are having the different tables are present, we are having the different relationships are present, and also schema what we are having into the common data model is used some activities or some different type of table for analyzing the data. So let me go back to the portal and show you the different tables option what we are having into the Microsoft Dataverse. As of now, here you can see I'm in my admin center. If I go want to access the Microsoft Dataverse, then I need to go to the make.powerapps.com, right? And in here, you can see that in the Dataverse option, I'm having the tables options are present. So inside the Dataverse, here you can see as of now, no database found. Why I'm getting this screen? Because I told you by default, in the default environment, we are not having any database associated. So we cannot work into the default environment. So that is the important thing when we are working with those tools like Power App, Power Automate, Power BI, and Power Virtual Agent. We need to select the specific and correct environment what we have created. So once I have selected my environment, so here you can see that I'm having all the tables are present, whatever the tables are created by default into the Microsoft Dataverse when we are creating an environment. In that case, here you can see that we are having the different type of tables are present, like standard table and the activity table. So here you can see if I filter this thing with the specific column like activity table. So in that case, here you can see these all are my activity table where these tables are storing the data related to the appointment, related to the email, related to the fax, letter, phone call, task, and recurring appointment. Apart from that, if I'm clearing the filter, so these all are the standard table what I'm having, like account, address, business unit, contact, currency, email template, Excel. So here you can see, for example, I have selected the account table and I do want to delete that specific table. Then you can see I'm not having that option available with me. Now, let me quickly go ahead and I want to create a new table. So I am going to create a new table with the name demo as well. And let me save this table. Okay, so it is saving the table. And now once I have the table in place, then you can see that my this table is in place. Let me go back to the all table, and then in the type area, if I'm again applying the filter, then I can see the customizable table. So here you can see these all are the customizable table, and let me see the demo table what I have just created. So this is the one. And now here you can see this is the standard type table and it should be a custom table. That's fine. In the custom option, I can see the demo table. Okay. So this is a standard type of table with the custom tag. Now, if I want to create that specific table, then I will be able to delete a table what I have just created. So we can delete the custom tables what we are creating. However, we cannot delete the standard available tables what we are having present into the Microsoft Dataverse when we are creating the specific environment itself. Next, fine. So that thing is clear to everyone. Now, moving back to the presentation, and it is talking about the Dataverse for the teams. All right, thank you for the quick confirmation. So Microsoft Dataverse for Teams is called like when we are creating the Dataverse for the specific application where we are only utilizing the Microsoft Teams only. So those Dataverse are only targeted for the Microsoft Teams. Means same as like that when we are discussing the things, when we are creating the things in here, then we are utilizing the make.power apps.com portal, flow.microsoft.com portal, same as like that. If we want to create application flow within the Microsoft Teams only, so for the same we are having the separate instance of Microsoft Dataverse is available that is known as the Microsoft Dataverse for Teams itself, and it is containing the most of the standard table that is provided with a typical database environment and will not be present as a part of the specific Microsoft Dataverse for Teams. So we can have multiple options are present. If we want to set up a separate application, separate flow for the Microsoft Teams, so we can go ahead and utilize the Dataverse for Team. Apart from that, we can create a normal application and flow, and then we can also integrate those things with the Microsoft Teams itself. That's okay. Then moving ahead and talking about the different type of tables and the column. So now here you can see that we have a standard table that is a base set of table that is created with the every instance of Dataverse database, as we seen in the demonstration as well, and the custom table which we are creating for a specific business application. And what is the column? So the column is a part of a table where we are storing the specific set of information, and the important thing is that every column has a type its own. It means that, for example, I have created one table and the name of my this table is going to be event table. Inside my this table I am having the first column present like with the name event name. Then I'm having the second column event type. Then we are having the another column start date and the end date. So for my these two column, the data type is going to be the text because we are typing the event name and the event type. For the start date and the end date, the data type should be date and time. So if I'm entering up the currency information, then the type of my column is going to be currency, and accordingly we are having the multiple number of data types are available which we can utilize when we are creating a column inside the table. So let's go back to the Microsoft Dataverse and see how do we go ahead and model the data into the Microsoft Dataverse if we want. That's okay. So here I am, and inside this area, let me again go back to the tables option. And from in here, I want to create a new table, and the name of my table is going to be event table. Okay. And in my this event table, the primary column is going to be event name. And if you want to go with the advanced option, so you can select the type of your table. That your table is a standard table, your table is a activity table, or your table is a virtual table. That's okay. Then you can select the ownership of the table. So we are having the two different options are present for the record ownership. If you select the ownership for the user or team, then this table is going to be accessed by the specific user or the teams only. But if you are selecting the organization, then this table is visible to all of the people who are present in your organization. That's okay. Then you can select the color code. We are having the different advanced option present for creating this table, that you can apply the duplicate detection rule, you can apply the track changes, you can audit the changes to this data. Also, if you want to make this table an option, so you can also create that thing that when you are setting up the SharePoint document management, then you can make this table as an option. You can select the different row related settings in this table creation as well. But as of now, we are creating a very basic practicals for the same. So we are only putting up the display name in the area, and then the primary column that is going to be the event name for itself. And then I'm creating a new table. So now a new event table is created for me. Then here you can see as of now in this my table, I'm only having one column present, and that is going to be the event name. That's okay. But if I want to create another columns in here, then how do we do that? So I can go ahead and click on the plus button in here. In the 18 more column here, you can see those all the default columns are created when we are creating a table. If you do want to use those columns, you can use it. Otherwise, you can go ahead and use your primary column or custom columns what you have created. But before creating the column in here or before creating the tables in here as well, let me give you the one more information about the solution. So once we are having the environment in place, then after what we can do, we can go ahead and create a solution. Why we are creating a solution? Because here you can see that if I have created this event table, so by default, this table is created into the default solution. For example, I am developing an application for the event management and I have created all the things inside the default solution. And then after we need to use my that application into the production environment, then in that case what I need to do, I need to export all the things in here and send all the thing into the production deployment. But the question comes up, when we are clicking all the things into the default environment, then also when we are exporting the default solution, or when we are exporting the default solution what I am having in here, then all the things are going to be exported, like account table or your contact table or the different whatever the tables we are having. So it should be it could be a problem, because in my existing or a new instance I'm also having these things are present and it will conflict. So for getting out of this bottleneck, what we can do, we can go ahead and create a new solution, and then we can create a new solution in here. So for as of now, the name of my solution is going to be PL-900, for example. Then you need to select a publisher. Why we are creating a publisher? For example, we are a company, we are a independent service vendor, and we are creating the application for the different organization. So as a publisher, we can share our information that we are the company who has developed this application for you. That's fine. So for example, in my case, the publisher is going to be the GTech. Let me make the same name in here, and in the prefix let me type GTL and click on the save button. So in the prefix is that inside this specific solution, whatever the table I'm creating is going to be created with the name GTL. Like I have created the event table, so GTL this one, GTL that one, that like that. Okay. So the solution is clear to everyone. Please mark your confirmation, please. All right. So now, as of now, you can see this is my total empty solution. I don't have any application inside this solution. I don't have any chatbot in in this solution. I don't have any cloud flow in this solution, as well as I don't have any table present inside this solution. So let me go ahead and create a new table into this solution. So for the same, let me go ahead to the new, and I want to create a new table with the same name, event table. In the primary column name, let me set the column name to the event name, and then let me save this table. And once the table is saved, then you can see inside my this solution, I am having one table in place. That's okay. This is my event table. But before moving ahead and creating the different column inside the table, I want to create a choice in here. So here you can see inside the choice option, I can go to the choice, and the name of my choice is going to be event type, for example. And in the label or in the event type, I can set up it is a training, or in the new choice, I can set up it is a webinar, or it is a marketing session. Okay. Training session. Okay, and let me create this twice. So here I have created one choice for the event type, like which type of event we want to record in the table. That's okay. And for the same, if we are conducting an event, we are having some expenses. So in the next choice, I want to create that is expense type, or I can create the payment method. Okay. And in the payment method, let me go with the UPI payment. And I want to add a one more choice that is for the net banking and credit card. Okay. And the next one is anyone. Okay, I don't want to make any other choice. So the three payment methods are available, or let me go with the cash option. That's okay. So this is the another choice for the payment method for me, like how my payment method is going on for the if is specific expense in here. Okay, and let me create one more choice in here, and that is for the expense type, which type of expense I'm recording. So it is a traveling expense, and it is I can say the miscellaneous expense, and it should be a lab setup expense. So I can have multiple type of expenses are available. That's okay. Let me save this. So I'm having this three type of expenses present in here. So now, as of now, I'm having three different choices. Let me go back to the event table, and then I'm going to create a columns in here. So as of now, here you can see that I'm having these default columns are present along with the event name. So let me go ahead, and I only want to see the column which is my primary column, and the primary column is the event name. So now I'm going to create one more column, and the name of my column is going to be event type. And in the event type, here you can see I'm having the multiple number of data types are present. Here I have selected the choice. That's okay. And in the choice, here you can see it is asking me for the which type of choice. So as I have created a choice with the event type, when I have selected this one, so here you can see I'm having all the choices are present. So now this thing is clear to everyone that how do we go ahead and utilize the choices while creating the table into the Dataverse. All right, now the next column what I want to create, that is going to be the event description, and this is going to be the text area for me. That's okay. If you do want to make that specific record, uh for example, you want to make that specific record as optional or required, so you can also do the same thing. And let me do one change in here. Let me correct the spelling. This is event type. Okay, my apologies for the same. Then I'm having three different column: event name, event type, event description. Then I want to create one more column that is the start date. And in the start date, I'm want to select the data type as a date only. Okay, and this is the required column, or I can say it is the required column, and let me save this. Yes, we can use this choice in the other tables as well. That is a global choice. Okay, then I'm going to create one more column, and here I'm going to create a new column with end date, and here I'm going to select the column type as a date only. And in the required option, let me set it to the business required. Okay. So I'm having these informations are present with me. What is the name of the event? What is the type of the event? What is the start date? What is the end date? And what is the description of my event? So now I'm done with my event table. After that, I'm moving back to the table, and here I'm going to create a new table with the expense table name. So in that case, let me go ahead and create a new table. And this is my expense table. And the primary column for my this table is going to be expense name. Okay. And let me go ahead and create this table. Okay, so this is my expense table, and in my expense table, I also want to create some columns. So for the same, let me go ahead and edit the columns what I'm having in here. Uh-oh, let me open the Power Apps again. I can go to the solution. In the PL-900 solution, I'm working on the expense table. This is the expense table what I'm having. Okay, I only want to see the expense name. Then let me go ahead and create another column. And this is going to be the expense type. And expense type is going to be the choice. And here you can see that I am having this option present in here. And from this expense type option, I have selected this option expense type, and here you can see that I'm having all my expense types are available. Important thing is that whenever I am working with the same column, you can see this option sync with the global choice. So if I set it to the yes, this can be used in the multiple table, and if I go with the no, then this will create a local choice, and that is only going to be used in that specific table, right? Okay, then let me save it. Then in the another column, I want to go ahead and create a new column with the name payment method. And in the payment method, I am going to create a choice again. And in the choice, I am having the choice available with the payment type. So the payment method is going to be my another choice what I have created. Then let me go ahead and create one more column, and this is the expense description column. That's okay. And here I want to go ahead and create a column with the data type text area. And let me save this one. So that is how we can go ahead and create the different tables into the Microsoft Dataverse. Is this thing is clear to everyone? Please mark your confirmation. Yes, also, yes, you are correct. If we update the choice, then it will reflect. Okay, so now here you can see that what I have done so far in the Microsoft Dataverse, I have created two different tables. The first one is my event table, and the another is one my expense table. Oh, let me erase Okay, so I have created the event table and I have created the expense table. In my event table, I am having few columns like what is the event name, what is the event type, what is the event description, start date for my event, and the end date for my event. Okay. And in the expense table, I am having few columns like the expense name, expense type, then payment method, and expense description. Okay, now the question comes up like if we are organizing any event, so we are expending some amount into it. So is this possible that a event can have multiple expenses? For example, I'm holding a webinar into the online mode, and for the same, I have expend $10 for the lab setup. I have expended $10 for the traveling, and I have spend the $10 for the miscellaneous expenses for the single event what I'm organizing, that is my PL-900 webinar. So this thing is possible, right? That the specific event can have multiple expenses. So we also want to create one more column in here with the expense associated. Okay, and here we can select that if we are creating an expense, then that specific expense is associated with the specific event. In that case, what we can do, we can create a relationship between those table, and by relating those tables together, we can easily fetch the name of all the events what we are having present inside my event table itself. And if we are not creating the relationship, then we need to manually enter the detail again and again. Instead of that, what we can do, we can utilize the function of the Microsoft Dataverse, that is for creating the relationship. And by creating the relationship, we can easily get the event name over there. That's okay. So now go back to the presentation and see the thing. How do we work with the relationship? So the relationship is the way what we can use in order to connect the tables with each other, and we can create two different type of relationships in here. First one, that is one to many relationship, and the another one that is many to many relationship. So in the one to many relationship, what we are having, we can have the one thing related to the multiple thing. For example, if I'm purchasing something, I have purchased item 1, I have purchased the item 2, I have purchased the item 3 and item 4 itself, then I am going for the billing. So in the billing, I am having one invoice, and inside that my one invoice, I am having the multiple items are present. So my invoice is one, but in my invoice, I am having the multiple item associated with that specific invoice. So this type of relationship is known as a one to many relationship. Then the many to many relationship comes up in the line. So for example, I am having the multiple events associated, and I'm having a one contact. So for example, I'm having one contact with the name Bill, and I'm having the multiple events hosted like for the AZ900, for MS900, for SC900, and the PL900 itself. And Bill is joining in each and every event. So what we can do that a contact can attend multiple event, as well as an event can have multiple contact attendance as well. Means if we are having a single event present, and this event is going to be as attended by the multiple persons, so that is the something which is known as a many to many relationship. Fine. So now let me go back to the Microsoft Dataverse and show you how do we go ahead and create a relationship over there. So in the Microsoft Dataverse portal, let me open it up. Here you can see once we are having all the tables in place, then we can go to the specific table, and from in here we can see the relationship. As of now, in the schema option, you can see that I'm having the relationship option present. As of now, in the relationship, you can see I'm having these relationships are available with the different tables associated with the same. And if we do want to create a new relationship, then we are having these options are present. Then we want to create one-to-many relationship, many-to-one relationship, or many-to-many relationship. So that is the one way from where we can go ahead and create a relationship. Apart from that, the easier way for creating the relationship, for example, we want to see all the event into the expense table. So we can utilize the lookup data type, and the lookup data type will create the relationship automatically. Let me go to my expense table, and inside my expense table, what I am going to do, let me create a new column. So as of now, I want to create a new column, and the name of my column is going to be event associated. And here in the data type, I'm going to use the lookup, and I want to look up for a specific table. So in the related table, here you can see I'm getting all the table names with me. And from in here, I'm selecting my event table. Okay, let me go ahead and click on the save. So it is saving the column for me. And let me open up the Power Apps portal into the new tab also. And now here you can see that I'm having this specific event associated option available, and it is searching for the events automatically. Here you can see select the lookup. As of now, it says there's no record found because I don't created any event till now. Let me go back to the another tab what I have opened up in here. And from my solution, I'm going to my event table, and I'm going to create few events, for example. So in my PL-900 solution, let me go to the event table, and from in here, I want to create some event. So the name of my event is going to be AZ900 webinar. And in the event type here, you can see I can select the choice what I have created. And this is the webinar. And the start date for my this event is going to be 8 December, for example, and the end date for this webinar is going to be the 8 December itself. And this is AZ 900 webinar for EST time zone. Okay. Then let me go ahead and create one more record that is for SC 900 training. And here in the event type, I can select the specific type of my event. Okay. So this is a training, and this training is started on 12, for example, and it will end on 12. And here I can type this is the SC900 training for EST time zone. Let me add one more record, and that is for the AZ104, or I can type MS900. And this is going to be my marketing session, and this is held on 13 December and hang on the 13 December itself. And here I can type this is MS900 marketing, MS900 marketing session for EST time zone. That's okay. Now you can see that I have three different events are created in here. So once my these three events are saved, then let me go to the expense table, and here I'm refreshing my page. And now my this table is refreshed. My expense table is refreshed with the new data. And now I'm going to create few expenses in here. And but before that, let me go ahead and add one more column what I forget, that is expense amount. So expense cost I can say, and in this one the data type is going to be the currency. Okay, let me save it. And now from in here you can see that I'm having the expense cost also present. I need to go here and enter the expense name. So this is a travel expense, and for this expense type, this is going to be the traveling expense. Expense cost is going to be $100, for example. In the payment method, this is made by the net banking, and in the travel expense, this is going to be the travel expense for the MS 900. And in the lookup, here you can see I will be able to see all the webinars, all the events what I have created. So let me select the MS 900 from in here. Let me create another expense. This is my lab setup expense. And in the expense type, let me select the type of expense what I have created in the option. And this is for the $50. And then the payment mode is UPI. And here I can copy the description, and this is the lab expense for MS 900, and this is for my this specific event. So that is how we can go ahead and work with the lookup column. Is this thing is clear to everyone? Please mark your confirmation. All right. Apart from that, if I go to the relationship in my expense or my event table, then here you can see that I have one relationship available, event associated with the event table, and this is a many to one relationship type. That's okay. And if I go back to my event table, then in my event table I can see that which type of relationship is created from this side. So from my event table, you can see the event associated, and this is the one-to-many relationship. So that is how we can go ahead and model the data inside the Microsoft Dataverse. So in this demonstration, we've seen that how do we go ahead and create the tables into the Dataverse, how do we go ahead and create the choices in the Dataverse, how do we go ahead and work with the columns in the Dataverse, and also how do we go ahead and create the relationship in the Microsoft Dataverse. The data modeling is the very important thing into the Microsoft Power Platform, because when we are creating the model driven application, in that case, if we are not model the data properly, then we are having multiple problems while creating the model driven application. So if you guys are having any question related to the data modeling, please let me know. Otherwise, I can continue with the presentation. That's okay. Now, moving ahead with the next topic, that is a business rule. So, in the business rule, what we can say that by using the business rule, we can apply the logic for the same. And by creating the business rule, we can set the specific value in the column. We can clear the existing column. We can validate the data and show the error message. Also, Also, we can show and hide the column over there. So for example, let me go back to the whiteboard, and here you can see that I have created those column into the expense table, and I'm having three different type of expenses are available, like lab expense, and we are having the other expense type is a traveling expense and the miscellaneous expense. And what we want to do, like if someone is selecting the expense type as a miscellaneous, then this is specific field if expense description is hide automatically. So in order to complete those type of things, what we can do, we can go ahead and create the business rule over there into the Microsoft Dataverse. So from where we can create those type of business rule. So here you can see inside your table, we are having the option present for the customization, where we can go ahead and create the business rule. But as of now, I'm not going to create a business rule. When we are covered in the model driven application, on that note, I'm going to show you the demonstration that how do we go ahead and create a business rule for the same. That's okay. Then the next slide is talking about the environments in the Microsoft Dataverse. As I already told you that environments are something where you are storing all the data, whatever the data you are creating inside your Power Platform, and we can have multiple environments are available, like test environment, production environment, and development environment. For example, as a company, I got a project for creating a solution where we are having some model driven applications are in place, where we are having some canvas applications and the automation things are in place. And first of all, we need to test those things, develop those things. First of all, develop the things. Then once the development has been done, then we need to test those things into the environment. Then we need to deploy those things into the production environment. So instead of creating the things again and again in the every environment, what we can do, we can create the different environment. And once we are done with the development process, then we can export the things from the one environment and import the thing to the another environment as well. That's fine. And also by using the environments into the Microsoft Dataverse, we can manage the user access towards the application. We can manage the security setting for the users. The important thing is that every environment what you are creating is created under the Microsoft Azure Active Directory tenant. So can we hide these fields in Power Automate flows also? Um, Means by using the business rule. So for the same, the answer is no, because we are using the business rule for the model driven applications only. Okay. And in the Power Automate, we can set up the different conditions, and accordingly we can hide those fields if we want. Yes, because if I'm having 10 or 20 fields present into my table, and I only want to use two different fields for my Power Automate flow, then there is no need to select the different fields over there. So that is how we can work with the Power Automate. Okay. So I'm talking about the environment in here. So the environment, whatever the environment we are creating, so that is created under the Microsoft Azure Active Directory tenant. So for example, I'm having my account with the name Ayush at the rate cloudclass.info, and inside my this account I'm having two different tenant. The first tenant is named as Contoso, and the another tenant is known as a Fabricum, and I have created an environment to the Contoso tenant. Then only the users what I am having in the Contoso tenant can have access to the specific environment. My Fabricum users is not able to access the resources of that specific tenant. And also environment is bounded to the geographic location. So where I have created our database, we have created the environment. So on that location, the database created into that specific data center. In my demonstration, I have selected the United States when I have created the environment. So my database is created into the data center, whatever the data center is present into the United States geographic location. That's okay. So that is about the Microsoft environments into the Dataverse. Then it is talking about the Power Platform Admin Center. So in the Power Platform Admin Center, we can perform the different administrative tasks. If we do wanted to manage the environment, so we can go with that environment option. If we want to see the analytics, that how resources are being used and how the things are going on in your environment, then you can go to the analytics option. If you do want to view the capacity of your environment, then we can go to the resources option, as well as if you do want to see the different connections what you are having in your environment, so you can go with the integration option, as well as if you want to set up some data policies, so you can go ahead and utilize the data policies option in here. Let me go back to the Power Platform Admin Center and show you that how do we go ahead and work with the different things what we are having. Here I am on my Power Platform Admin Center, and from the environment thing, you can see that I can manage all of my environment. In the analytics option, you can see that I'm having the analytics available related to the Dataverse. So how the things are going on inside my Dataverse, I can see all the analytics in here. In the Power Automate thing, if I'm having any running flows available, so we can see those things into the Power Automate as well. So it is opening up. We need to just wait for the few moment. Okay, so it is taking some time to load the environment. Let me see the same thing on my another environment. Here I can go to the analytics of my Dataverse. Okay, so now here you can see that in the analytics area, I can see how many active users I'm having, how many entities are used, how many system jobs are there, how many plugins I'm using, and if I'm having any API calls in place, then we can see the API call statistics from in here as well. In the system area, you can see which actions are performed, how many read action, delete action, update, and the create action. So as of now, in my disconnect, I don't have created anything. That's why I'm only having the read actions available. Let me see the environment in which I'm working. So in that environment, you can see that there is total 8 reads are available. And in a few moments, we will also see the different read, create, and update informations as well, because it could take some time. Yes, exactly. Under one connect, we can create more than one environment. In this environment section, you can see that I'm having one single connect available, and inside that I have created two different environment. Okay, like the PL session and the GTech. And as well as, let me go with this one. And here you can see that I'm having two different environment created, MB, ENV, and the PL class, right? That's okay. No problem. Let me close this browser, and that's fine. Then in the Power Automate, we can see the analytics related to the Power Automate. But as of now, I don't have any Power Automate thing available. So everything is empty in here by default. That's fine. Let me go to the capacity. And in the capacity, here you can see that how much database I am having available and how much database I have used. In the Dataverse, I can see the summary of the Dataverse, that whatever the log uses of mine, file uses, and in the details, I can see the details users breakdown are available for environments over 1 GB. So I have just started working with the same thing. So that's why I'm not having much information available in here. In my teams, I'm not having Dataworks available. In the add-on, if I'm having any add-on available with me, so I can see those add-ons in here. I can assign those add-ons to the environment as well. And in the trial section, you can see that I'm having the subscription-based trial. And in that subscription, I'm having the 1 GB data available. So that is how we can see the different capacity and the resources inside the environment. Then in the data integration option, you can see whatever the integrations I have added with the Microsoft Dataverse. So now here you can see I don't have any integration. If I do want to go with the new project, then I can create a new project. And before that, creating a new project, we need to create a connection set, and it will create a connection with the different application what we are having. And then we can create the multiple environments together. So here you can see the first app connection, then the environment, second app connection, then the environment, and then we can make a connection between them and set up the integration for the same. That's fine. So these all are the options what we are having into the data integration. As well as in the policies, you can see that we are having the data policy. So from in here, as of now, I don't have any policy present. If I do want to create a new policy, then I need to type a name of my policy. Then into the pre-built connector, what I can say that if I do not want to allow my users to use the OneDrive for Business connector, I do not want to allow my users to use the Salesforce and OneDrive connector. So what I can do, I can select those connectors, and after selecting those connectors, what I can do, I can move this to the business. And once I move this connector to the business, then we can block those connectors itself. Okay, so I can move these two to the business, and then let me select. And why I'm getting this error, warning, connectors can't be blocked. Okay, no problem. Let me select any third party connector what I'm having, like of PDF services. And then here you can see I'm having the option present for the same. So maybe that is a Microsoft connector itself. That's why it is not allowing me to block the access for the same. But if I do want to block any third party connector, then I can easily block those connectors in here. That's okay. And let me try to select the specific connector. Yes. So that is not a problem that I'm selecting the multiple connector. So that's why it is not giving me the block option. So maybe these all are some important connectors with the Microsoft or the frequently used connectors. So that's why we cannot block it. So for example, if I do want to block the Adobe Creative Cloud connector, so I can go ahead and click on the block, and then in the block section, we can see that I'm having this connector available. Then in the scope, we can select the connector pattern. So if I have already connected this one, then there is no need to manage the custom connector. In the scope, I can go that I want to block this connector to the multiple environment and to the all environment. And if you want to exclude the specific environment, then you can select for which environment you want to exclude this policy, and you can finish that policy. So as of now, I don't want to create any policy. So that's why I'm leaving the thing without saved. Then we are having the tenant isolation option present. So in the tenant isolation, we can block the external tenant from establishing the connection with the specific tenant. So if I turn it on, then I need to select the allowed tenant and then we can work with the same thing. That's okay. So these all are some management things what we can manage by utilizing the Microsoft Power Platform. So that is a introduction over there related to the Power Platform Admin Center. We can do more and more things with this portal as well. So as of now, we are discussing the fundamental course. So I'm not too much digging into it. That's fine. And as well as that is all about the module number 2 in here. So that is all about the second module of the course called PL-900. Before moving ahead towards the next module number 3, please let me know if you are having any pending query with the same. All right, so let's just take a quick 15-minute break in here. And then after the break, we are continuing the session with the module number 3. So would it be fine for everyone? All right, everyone. Thank you for the quick confirmations from your end. And based on that, what we can do, we can create different type of applications over there. That's fine. And we can integrate or embed those model with our canvas or model driven application itself. That's fine. Then that is the slide which is talking about the canvas application. So in the canvas applications, we already talked about whenever we are clicking the canvas application, we need to configure that for which screen we are creating that specific application. We are creating the application for the tablet or the mobile device. Then we can add the different data sources inside our canvas application. We can go ahead and set up the different formulas for the same when we want to implement or we want to use the different functionality to be used into our canvas application. That's okay. Then we are having the next option for the model driven application. So we already discussed the things for the same, like how do we go ahead and create the model driven applications itself. And then the next slide that is talking about the portals in here, like how do we go ahead and work with the portals. That's okay. Then when we are having our applications in place, then we also need to go ahead and consider the security values for the same. That how do we go ahead and manage the security and the administration thing for our application. So for example, I'm having the multiple users in my organization, and I do want to give the specific access to the users towards the application in my environment. So we can go ahead and manage the security from the portal called admin.powerplatform.com. And also, if you are a developer, you are good with the PowerShell CM Deluxe as well. So you can utilize the PowerShell in order to automate the things accordingly. That's fine. So how Power Apps add the value inside our business? So Power Apps are allow us to reduce the paperwork, and when we are having the less paperwork, then we can increase the efficiency of the employees, as well as they are giving us the more productivity on the same, because they need to work less in order to give the better result over there. That's fine. Then this is the slide that is talking about how do we go ahead and add the different type of AI capabilities in our application without no code involvement. So as I told you that in the Power application, we are having the different things are available which we can utilize as a part of the artificial intelligence. So in that case, we are having the 4 different type of models are available into the Power Apps which we can use. The first one, that is a prediction model, and this is the model what we can create in order to predict something based on the previous data what we are having. So for example, I'm creating a loan application, and that application is approving and declining the loan for the customers. So based on the previous customer history, what we can do, we can create a prediction model that if the CIBIL of the customer is more than 750, then we are approving the loan. If the late payment of the customer is less than 5, then we are approving the loan for the customer. So based on that, by giving the historical data as a learning for that specific prediction model, we can go ahead and create a prediction related thing. And based on the same thing, when we are having the model present with us, then we can embed that specific model with our application itself. That's okay. So that is the one type of model what we can create by using the AI builder. Then we are having the second type of model present, that is known as a form processor. By utilizing the form processor model, we can extract the images, we can extract the text from the specific field or the specific business card on the form, and save it and utilize it accordingly how do we want to do. Then in the object detector option, for example, if I am having one photo and inside that picture, I'm having the multiple people are present, and we do want to connect the number, count the number of people in that specific picture. So in that case, what we can do, we can go ahead and utilize the object detector AI model, which we can create by using the AI builder, and it will count the number of objects what we are present inside that specific picture. The fourth type of AI model what we are having, that is text classification, and that model is used for categorizing the text according to the different category, and also we can find the meaning of those texts and making our analytics easier for the same. So these all are the four different type of prediction models what we can create. That's fine. And when the things up comes up to the security and administration, so here you can see that we are having two different type of options are present. The first one, that is a role based access control, and the another one that is known as a data loss prevention policy. So we already talked about the data loss prevention policy, that what it is and how do we go ahead and implement the same. In the role-based access control, if we go to the admin.powerplatform.microsoft.com, and here into the security and role, we can create the role for the specific user, and based on that, we can set up the permission for that specific user. That user is able to create the record in the entity, user is able to read the record in the entity, user is able to write the record in the entity, and so on. We are having the different permissions are available. So that is how we can manage the security and the administration thing for the user itself. Or if we do want to do the same thing, then the question comes up, yes, I am creating an application, I am the owner of the application. Then what is the need for the security and administration in that specific application? So when we are sharing the application with the multiple persons, so we cannot distribute the administrative access to each and every user. In that case, we need to define the different role, and based on that, the users are going to access the specific application. So that's why we are using this option called security and administration. That's okay. Then there is a quick demonstration for building the application. So let's go back to the portal and see that how do we go ahead and build the Canvas application in here. That's fine. Power Apps portal. Here you can see, let me close those options in here and let me go back to the solution. And before making the new changes into the thing, let me publish all customizations what I have made in this solution. So why I'm doing this? Because when you are making any changes into the solution and you want to make sure that all the solutions are available to you for the further deployment, so you need to publish all the customizations over there. That's okay. So once the publishing all the customization is done, then I'm going to go ahead and create a new Canvas application in here. Okay, till the time it is having all the customizations available, let me do one thing. I'm going to open up my admin.microsoft.com portal. And inside my this admin center, you can see that I'm only having the access to the Dynamics 365 environment. So if I do want to use the OneDrive and the thing, then maybe I'm not having the access to the Outlook and all. So for the same, here you can see in the licenses option, I want to add few licenses for me. That's fine. So let me do the same in here. Okay, so in that case, let me go to the purchase service. And before doing that, let me go to the billing account, and I need to update the address properly. So I'm going to activate the trial for Microsoft 365 Business Premium in order to get access to the Outlook and SharePoint and Teams itself. That's okay. So here, let me enter one demo address, what I'm going to use for this demo. Okay, in the estate, let me select the same. Let me save this address and use this address. Okay, that's fine. Let me go to the purchase service. And here I want to use this product business premium. Let me go back to the product and service. And I want to activate the trial of the same. Let me go with the start free trial. And here I need to enter the contact details for the same. So this is going to be this one. And for activating the trial, I need to enter the code what I'm receiving on my phone. So let me enter that code in the box. And the code is 506801. That's okay. Let me click on the try now. I have already updated the billing account. Then why I'm getting this error? Yes, I am having my address available. Let me refresh the page once. Let me again try to activate the business premium trial. That is not an issue. It works. Okay, and now here you can see my trial is activated. Okay, so now I'm having this trial activated. Let me go to the users and I do want to assign the same trial to my users in here. Manage the product license. And the same, I'm going to assign this license to my user. Okay. And here we can see the publish thing is also completed. Let me refresh my page. And here I want to open the OneDrive once the refresh is done. And I'm going to upload one Excel file over to my OneDrive. That's okay. So as of now, in my solution PL-900, you can see that I'm having the tables in here. I'm having the choices in here, but I don't have any application presenting to my this PL-900 environment. Let me go to the new option, and inside the app, I want to create a Canvas application. And then it is talking me about I do want to create a Canvas application from the blank. No, as of now, I don't want to create an application from the blank. So for the same, I can go to the home, and in the home area, here you can see that we are having the multiple options are present. From where do I want to create my application? I want to create my application with the blank. I want to create my application with the Dataverse, SharePoint, Excel, and SQL. So as of now, let me quickly upload one file into my OneDrive. Okay. And let me quickly upload my Excel file with the name called courses or course. Okay. And then here you can see my file is in my OneDrive. Let me go ahead and create a file with application with Excel. And then here you can see it is getting the things ready for me. Now it is saying that where your file is. So my file is in the OneDrive for business. Let me create the connection with the same. And in the connection, you can see it is creating a connection with my OneDrive for business. And here you can see the connection is created. Let me select the file and inside my file, I'm having my this table present. The important thing is that, let me tell you that thing also. If you guys do want to create a application by using the Excel file, what you are having inside your OneDrive or Google Drive. In that case, when you are modeling your data into your Excel file, then please select your data and create the table for the same. Because if you are not creating the table, then you will not be able to see that data into the Power Apps portal. So now here you can see the name of my table is course. So same name I can see in here. So that is the important thing. When you selected the course table, click on the connect and it will create a Power App, functional Power App for you automatically. If you don't want to happy with the settings, you can change and you can customize the settings from your end also. That's okay. So as of now, here you can see that I'm having this application available and I'm seeing the day, course duration, course name, and the course title itself. If I want to run this application, I can see the detail, I can go back, I can edit the data, I can delete the data. So here you can see I'm having all the things are present what I can do. That's okay. Now, if I want to make some changes inside this application, then first of all, we need to understand the different components what we are having inside the Power App Studio. So what is the Power App Studio? So this is the Power App Studio interface where we can create and modify our Power application. Then what is the application format? The application format is that for which format we want to create our application. So as of now, it is in the mobile format. If we want to create the application into the tablet format, then we can see that application into the horizontal way. Okay. Then we are having the galleries in place. So what are the galleries? Before talking about the galleries, let me give you the information about the screen. So whenever you are running the application and you are getting the screen, so that screen is known as a browse screen by default. Okay. And on which screen where you are getting the data related to the specific option what you have selected, that screen is known as a detailed screen. And if where you are editing the things and from where you are creating a new record, that screen is known as a edit screen. So that thing is clear to everyone. All right, thank you for the quick confirmations in here. Then inside each and every screen, we are having the different galleries are available. In the browse gallery, we can see the browse icon, main icon, whatever the things which we want to show in the front of the application. We can customize it also. Then in the detailed form, we can see the detail of the data accordingly. Then in the edit form, we can go ahead and edit the things accordingly. That's fine. So as of now, here you can see in my browse gallery, I'm getting the information like course duration, course title, and course name. I only want to see the title and subtitle. Then from the browse gallery in the layout, I have selected the title and subtitle. But in the title and subtitle, I'm seeing the duration and the course title. I want to see the course name and the course title only. Then in the field option in here, let me go with the edit. And here you can see in my subtitle, it is displaying me the course duration. Let me select it. And here I want to show the course title. Okay, or I want to show the course name. So now here you can see in the title I'm showing the course name, and in my subtitle too, instead of course name, I do want to see the course title. So that is the way how do we go ahead and change the information what we want to see in our browse screen. That's okay. Now in our detailed screen, we need to select the detailed form. And here you can see we are having the course duration first, course name first, course title first, training mode first. And we want to change the sequence. We want to see the course name first, then title, then duration, then training mode. So for the same, here you can see I'm having the option present for the edit field. So if you do want to add a new field, like for example, I want to add a created on, like when this record is created on, then we can add those field if I'm having those field in here. That's fine. So let me make the changes into the sequence. So first of all, I want to see the course name. Then I want to see the course title. Then I want to see the course duration. Then I want to see the training mode. So that is how you can see that we can make a change into the detailed form. Same we can do if we do want to make the changes into the edit form. And here you can see I do want to see the course name first, then the course title, then the course duration and the training mode. So that is how we can make those changes in here. That's fine. Apart from that, into that all area, we are having those icons are present and the navigations are there. So let me do one thing. I do want to add a new screen in my application. So from in here, let me go ahead and add a new screen. And this screen is going to be up. Let me move this up, 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 and this one. Let me rename this screen, and this is going to be my welcome screen. Okay. Then in the welcome screen, here you can see I have added a one more screen. So when we are using the form, if we do want to display the information or if we do want to edit the information, in that case we are using the forms. And what are the input control? So here you can see when we are running the application, then those when we trying to refresh the content, when we are sorting the content, when we are adding a new record, when we are canceling the item, when we are opening up the thing. So these icons are known as a input control, and it could be a text input, it could be a button, drop down, toggle, or more. That's okay. Can also go ahead and create some intelligent controls into it. By having that, we can set up the AI capability with the same, and then we can see the different intelligent controls present over there. Then the functions comes up in the line. Now let me show you that how function work. So here you can see in my welcome screen. So for example, let me go ahead and rename my screen as a welcome screen. Here I want to insert one rectangle, for example, and here I have inserted that rectangle. All right, that is the rectangle, and in this rectangle I want to insert one text label, and the name of my text label is this one. Let me make it here, and the name of my this application is going to be my course application. Okay, in the font color I want to make the changes into the font color, so let me go there, and this is going to be the color of the text. And let me make it into the center of my application. In the font weight, let me go with the bold. And if I do want to increase the font size, then I also do the same. So that is how I have designed this one for my application. Then let me go to the insert, and here in the insert, I want to insert one button. And this is the button what I want to set up in my application. But before that, let me copy and paste the same rectangle, and I do want to make the footer for my welcome page. And here, let me change the color for this one to the black. So now here you can see that I'm customizing the application, and in the button, let me type the start. And here you can see when I'm running this one, I am having the hover option present with the same. So if I want to make the changes in the behavior of this button, then here you can see inside the hover color, I can change the color into the different color, what the color I want to select in here. So let me go ahead and for example, I want to use this color on the hover, and let me run the application again. Then here you can see the text color is changing accordingly. That's fine. And also I can go ahead and change the application color as well, but for the same I need to make the changes into the formula value. That's okay. So that is how I make the changes into the button area. Or what else I can do, let me select it to the yellow. Okay, before adding the new thing in here, let me go one thing. Into my admin center, I want to add a picture on my profile. So in the user, in the active user, let me add a picture for myself, because I want to show you that if we want to show the specific picture of the user who is going to use the application, then how do we do that and how do we use the functions for the same? So in that case, in my user, I am going to adding the photo in my user pic, and let me go to the pictures and let me select this one as my photo. That's okay. So now you can see the user photo updated. That's okay. Let me go back in here, and in the insert item I'm having the media option present. In the media option, let me select the image, and this is the image what I am having in my display. And in that area on the image, let me type one function. This is going to be the user, and then it is going to be image. That's okay. And now let me run this application. And once I have saved this application and refresh my page, then I will be able to see the specific image in here. Same as like that, if I do want to see the username as well, then into this text label, let me copy and paste this one. And I want to make a color change into this one. And on in here, let me change the color to red. And let me drag this thing in here. And here I want to see my username. Then in the text area, what I can do, I can type user dot full name. And now here you can see it is displaying me the username, that which user is using the specific application. So that is how we can use the functions in the Canvas application in order to design them. That's okay. But the thing is that as of now, if I'm clicking up the start button, it is doing nothing. It is useless. So yes, we can found those functions to the Microsoft Learn website itself. Okay. And from where we are having all the things available. Then into this start button, let me go in here, and we are having one on select property. So let me go to the on select property with my button, and it is a hover fill, and this is the on select property. As of now, there is nothing written over here. Let me type that I do want to navigate. And where I want to navigate? I want to navigate to the browse screen, what I am having, and how I want to navigate to this screen by screen transition fade. And then let me close it. So that is how you can see that I have added a function with my Start application. Like I do want to navigate to the browse screen with the fade screen transition when someone is selecting that button. Let me run my application again. And when I click in here, you can see that I have navigated to the browse screen. So is this thing is clear to everyone that how do we use the different functions to work with our Canvas application? That's fine. Now let me show you one more thing that how do we go ahead and utilize the input control. So when we are on this specific area and we do want to go back to the specific screen, we do want to go back to the welcome screen, then let me go ahead and insert one more icon in here. And inside that, let me select for the icon. And this time I'm going to select the specific icon. For example, I want to use this one. Okay, so now here you can see I have added one more icon, and let me change the color of this icon to white. And this is for l- l- going back to the welcome screen. That's okay. So as of now, I have added this input control in here. And I don't want to make it much bold or all. That's okay. Then if I run my application, it is not working for me. How do I make it work? So let me select that specific icon, and in the on select property, let me type the thing again, that is navigate. And then we can select here the welcome screen, and then I can select the screen transition cover right, and let me close it. Let me run my application, and here you can see when I clicking on here, then it is redirecting me back to my welcome screen. That's fine. So that is the one way. How do we go ahead and use the input control in our Canvas application itself? If I want to use, or if I want to go ahead and do the same thing by using the different intelligent control, then in that case, what I need to do, I need to make a model first, and then I can go ahead and implement that model with my application. That's okay. Now I am done with the configurations in my application. Same as like that, if I do want to make the changes into the background, so let me go ahead in here and in the Google, let me do one thing and texture images in here. Okay, no problem. Let me search it on another browser. Mobile wallpaper texture, check. And now here in the images, you can see that I'm having the different screen patterns are available. And if I want to use any one of them for my application, so let me open up this one, or I can open up any one of them. Let me go with this one. Open the image in a new tab, and let me save this image on my desktop as a BG image, and let me go back to my application. And here you can see in the background image it is set to the none. Let me go ahead and add an image file, and in my desktop I'm having this file with me. And here you can see I have made the changes into the background of my welcome screen. So that is how we can go ahead and make the changes into it. And when I do with the scratch, then here you can see the background is changed for my welcome screen. If I also want to change the background for my browse screen, I want to change the background for my detail screen. So I need to just select the specific background. We can also go ahead and use the different background for my different screen. And in the scratch, you can see the thing is scratch in here. That's okay. So sorry, that is how we can go ahead and create a Canvas application. Once we are done with that, let me go with the save button. And the name of my application is going to be course app. Let me save it. So it is saving my application. And once I have my application saved, let me go to the make.powerapps.com. Then here you can see inside my applications area, I'm having my course app available with me. If I do want to make the change into the icon of this application, so I can go to the settings, and in the app setting area, I can make the changes into the name and the application icon itself. That's okay. Let me try to run this application. And now here you can see it is opening up the application for me, and I'm getting my profile, what I have added, and the username itself. Let me click on the start. And here you can see I'm having all the applications functionalities are available. Let me try to add a new record, and I want to add a record for the course called AZ104, and the course is Microsoft Azure Administrator, and the course duration is 3 days, and the training mode is going to be online. Let me save this record. Let me verify the record is saving over there or not. So in my OneDrive, let me open up this course.xlsx file. And here you can see that I have one more record available, that is AZ104. Okay, so that is how we can work with the Canvas application. So is this thing is clear to everyone, that how do we go ahead and create a Canvas application? And if you are having any question related to the same, please let me know. All right. Now the next thing comes up in the line that yes, I have created the application. Now I want to share my application with the other user. So in that case, first of all, I need to create one new user in here. And let me add few user. So first of all, I want to create a user Shivam. Let me create a user Mayank. Yes, we can share. I'm just going to show you Mayank and there's one more user I am going to create in here. Let me go with the next. I want to assign these 3 licenses to my user. Next, and let me add those user. Yes, we can do the same thing. We can give them the administrative permission. We can give them the access permission only. So now you can see my users are created. And let me go back to this area. Let me refresh the page. And I want to do one more thing. Let me download the users in here. Let me close it. And for my user Mayank, I want to change the picture of that user itself in order to test the functionality, like it is working for all the users or it is only working for my user only. Okay, so maybe I need to make a login once in order to make changes with the same. Okay, let me change the user pick for the Shivam. And I am going to select this one. Uh-oh. Then from in here, The important thing is that when we are sharing the Canvas application, so if we are only sharing the Canvas application, then that is not enough, because we are using this file as a data source, okay? And this application is directly connected with the file. So for example, if I want to share that specific file with the user Shivam, then I need to share this file to the user Shivam as well. So let me go ahead and I want to share this file with the user in my organization called Shivam. Okay, and anyone with the link can edit, because if user want to create a new record, then the edit permission should be required. And in that case, I can select the people in my organization. Okay, that's fine. Let me apply it and let me send the invitation to the user. That's okay. So now that file is shared with the user Shivam itself. Then I'm going to select the application, and here let me click on the share, and in the courses application, let me type the user Shivam to which I want to share this application. And then here you can see that if I want to add any message, hey, please have a look into it. Okay, if I want, I can add application. So if you want to make this user as a co-owner, then user can use the application, edit the application, share the application, but cannot delete or change the owner of the application. Okay, so if you do want to give the user access to adding a new screen and all, then you can go ahead and give them the co-owner access, right? Then let me click on the share. Now here you can see the course app is shared successfully. Now let me try to make a login with the user Shivam, and then let me test the functionality of the application. Oh, in here, let me open up first of all make.powerapps.com, or what else I can do? Let me open outlook.office365.com, and let me enter the user principal name for my user Shivam. So in that case, this is going to be the user principal name. Let me copy it. Next, and let me open up the default password for my user Shivam. So in the browse area, let me open up that file. Okay, what else I can do? Let me quickly reset the password for this user. Okay, and then here I'm going to enter the password. And here you can see Ayush Mishra shared a course file with you. Okay, so this is for the application, and also I'm getting a mail for the application. So let me run this application, and here you can see my customized message is also present in here. And it is opening up the course application for the user Shivam, and it is allowing the access for the OneDrive. Let me go to the allow, and now here you can see here I'm seeing the username of my login user and the profile as well. Let me go ahead and start, and I do want to create a new record. So in the new record, let me type a new course that is 8500, and that is for Azure Securities Security Technologies. And in the course duration, let me go with the 4 days, and the training mode is going to be online. And let me save this record. Now here you can see a new record is created, as well as if I want to verify the same thing with my application. So let me run this application and I can verify that specific record. So now the sharing of the application is clear to everyone, that how do we share the application itself. Okay. Also, if we want to integrate that application with the teams, we can integrate that application into the teams as well. So let me open up teams.microsoft.com. Okay, so my teams is loading up. And here I want to create a new team, and the name of my team is going to be public team, and the name of my team is PL-900 training. Okay, let me create it. And I want to add Shivam and Mayank as a member of my team. Oh, why I'm not authorized? Oh, I have logged in with the user. Let me see. Yes, I'm logged in with the correct user. Let me create a team again. Or let me do a refresh in my page. Mm, yes, we can share, but for the same, we need to go with the additional security role options. Okay. So if the environment is different, that's okay. But if the tenant are different, then we cannot share that application with those users. That's okay. And here you can see the new teams is created. PL-900. Okay, no problem. And inside my this team, if you want to add a channel, then you can add a channel as well. And the name of my this channel is PL-900 demo. And let me add it. Now let me go back to my courses area, Power App area, where I'm having my applications are present. Then I'm going to integrate this application with the Microsoft Teams in here. So this is the application. Let me click on the more command, and then you can see add to the team. Okay. And here you can see the different detail. Let me go ahead and add this application in the team. I want to use the web instead. And then here you can see in the course app, let me add it to the specific team. I want to add it to the PL-900 team and the channel. And now here you can see it is setting up the things for me. And in this team, let me save this application. And also I want to post into the channel about this new tab. And from in here, I can also access my course application, what I have created. So that is how we can go ahead and integrate the Canvas application with the Microsoft Teams itself. So if this thing is clear to everyone. All right. Thank you for the confirmations from your end. Let me go back to the presentation, and that is the next lesson that is talking about to building a Canvas application. So we already talked about the different elements what we are having, like Power App Studio, app format, gallery, form, input control, intelligent control, and the functions as well. Yes, sure. I can summarize the steps again. So if we want to add the application to the teams, then we need to go to the application area where we are having all the application present. Then we need to click on the more command, and here we can see that option add to team. We need to just click in here, then click on the add to teams. Then it is asking you for opening up the team. So you can open your installed Teams application, or you can use the web application instead, your web browser instead, in order to logging into the team. And this time I'm going to add the same application into my specific team. So once you are running up this thing, then it is asking to you that in which team or where you want to add that specific application. That's okay. So if you want to add this application as an application only, then you can add, then you will be able to see your application in this area. And if you want to add your application with the specific team, then you can go with that specific option. You can also add this application to the specific chat as well. Let me add this application as it is in here, and then it will adding this application to you. And in that case, here you can see in your Teams environment, you will be able to see this application like this. Sorry, I'm not getting your question. After adding only, we are able to share the app with the user.
Hi, Ayush, Gunjan this side. My
Hello.
question is this. After adding the app in the team, then only we can share this app to the user who is in my environment. Like suppose there are 10 users and I want to share this app with all other 10 users. Then first I have to add the app in the
No,
teams.
no,
Then
no,
I
no.
have to share.
Adding a team is a different thing. That is a capability of the integration of the thing. If you only want to share the application with the user, then you can simple go to the share option. You can see from in here the share option. And then when you share this application with the user, then user will receive the mail like this. Okay. Like
Oh,
I usually share the course application with you. Then you can access this application with the browser session, or also you can run this application inside your Microsoft Teams itself.
okay. So I have one another question. Like
Mhm,
I added this app in the Teams. Now I want in the Teams my user use that app from the Teams. I do not
mhm,
want to share them personally. I want I have added the
mhm.
app in my
So,
Teams.
so you don't have to use this option. You only go to this option, add to team, and add that specific application to the teams. Okay.
Okay, and after adding that application into the Teams, that will be available and access to everyone who is in that Teams.
Exactly. So for example, here you can see I have created this team called PL-900 demo training. So only this PL-900 demo team members can have access to this application. Okay. And
Okay.
in this specific area where we are adding the teams as a all team section, then everyone can access that specific application. But specific access is required accordingly, because if I'm having 10 different users in my team, right, and I don't give the power app or the file outlook file access to those users, then those users will not be able to access the specific application, right?
Yes, right.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem. So that is all the things what we are having in this specific lesson, that is talking about the Power App Studio, app format, template, form, input control, intelligent control, functions, and then we are having a quick demonstration for creating application and also the sharing application. So we already covered all the things in this lesson. So if you are having any questions with that lesson, please go ahead with your queries. Or what else we can do? It's time for a lunch break in here, or evening break we can say. So we can take a quick 1 hour break in here. And then after the break, we are continue the things what we have to discuss in the PL-900. Okay, so we'll see you all after the break in here. Uh, Will I'm connecting with my team, and once I get the link, then I'll share it with you. Don't worry about it. Okay, all right, everyone. Welcome back in the session after the break in here. So please mark your presence in the session so we can continue with the model-driven application section in this module. All right, everyone. Thank you for the quick confirmations from your end. So in this section, we are going to discuss about the model-driven application. So as we all know that what the model-driven application is, and now in this specific lesson, we are going to take a look that for the model-driven application, how do we go ahead and create the data model first of all, then if do we want, so how do we define the business process, and then how do we go ahead and create the model driven application also. That's okay. Before working with the creation of model driven application, we are having some building blocks are present for the same. So first of all, we need to work with the data. Inside this data scenario, we need to create the table. We need to create the specific column. Then we need to create a relationship. So as you see in the previous demonstration of the Dataverse, I have created the two different table called event table and the expense table. Then inside those tables, I have created few columns. Then I have created the relationship between the event table and the expense table. So we have done our work with the data. Once we are done with the data option, then we need to go ahead and design the user interface for the model-driven application. Before creating the model-driven application, we need to create the two different things, the forms and the views. In the forms, we are going to see like how our forms looks like in the model driven application. For example, if we want to add a new record, if we want to edit or modify a existing record, then how do we design those forms for the same? In the view section, we are going to take a look that how do we go ahead and view the data what we are having inside the Microsoft Dataverse. So that is the two designs what we need to do. Then inside the sitemap option, we need to design the navigation of the application, like how our model-driven application works. Then inside the app area, we are going to work on the application itself where we are making some changes into the application icon and all. Once we are done with the user interface and we are having our application in place and we want to add some action, we want to add some workflow, we want to add some business rule or the business process flow with the application, so we can go ahead and apply the different logics over there. That's okay. Then once we are done with the logic thing itself and we have our data present into the model driven application and we want to see the different charts, we want to see the different dashboard itself, so we can go ahead and create the different charts in the model driven application, as well as we can use the Power BI in order to create the different dashboards for the same. Then we can embed those Power BI dashboard with our model driven application. That's okay. So now jump up to the portal and take a look. How do we go ahead and start working with the model driven application? That's fine. In this slide, we can also see the designer. In this designer, you can see like how do we go ahead and design our model driven application. That's okay. So I am on the my portal and let me go back to the Power Apps. Let me close these tabs first of all. And yes, I want to leave. Me go back. And from this area, you can see that let me go to my solution. And inside my solution, let me select the solution what I have created. Then inside my this solution, I'm having my event table present. Let me open it up first. That's fine. From this area, first of all, I'm going to create the view for my event table. Let me click on the view. So as of now, here you can see that I'm having the different views are available. By default, we need to work on the active event table view. And if we do want to create the different inactive view and other view, so we can create the different views accordingly. By default, we are having those views are available. If we want to go ahead and create a new view, then we can create the new view from in here as well. So as of now, I want to edit the existing one, that is active event table. Okay. So here I'm having the details. And as of now, here you can see in the view, I will be able to see the event name and the creator on only. But in my application, I don't want to see this column in the view created on. So I'm removing this one. And I'm going to add a new column to view, and that is going to be the event description. Or here in the filter, I can set to the custom. Like I only want to see the custom columns in here, what I have created. Here, I'm going to add the event type. Sorry. Then I am going to add another column that is event description. Okay. So I want to view these three things into the view. Let me save this view. And the important thing is that whenever you are making the changes into the view or into the form, you must have to publish that thing. All right. So now this view is published. Let me go back, and then I want to design the view for my expense table as well. So let me go back to the tables option, and from in here, I have selected the expense table what I have created. And then from the data experience option, let me select the view. And from in here, let me go to the active expense view. And let me remove the created on column. And let me add a new column in here with the name expense name and event associated. And one more column I want to view, that is going to be expense cost, not a base one. Okay. And then let me save this view for my expense table. And once it has been saved, let me publish it as well. That's fine. Now let me go back in here, and again, I'm selecting my event table. This time I want to design the form for my event table in the Dataverse. So let me select the forms option. And in this option, I'm going to edit the main form what I have. In this specific area, I am going to edit my form. And here I can see the default fields what I'm having in my form. And I only want to show the custom fields. So as of now, I'm having the event name in place. Let me add the event type in here. And I can go ahead and also check the start date. And let me go with the end date option and the event description itself. And here you can see that I'm having all the things are present in my event table. Let me save this form and publish also. So is this thing is clear to everyone? Like how do we go ahead and make the changes into the views and the forms? If you are having any queries related to the same, so please let me know. All right, everyone. Let me go back in here and again, I'm going to select my expense table. In the tables, let me select the expense table and I want to edit the form for my expense table as well. So here in this form, I am selecting the custom fields. I want to use the expense name, expense type. I am only dragging the things, expense cost, payment method, event associated, and the expense description in this line. That's okay. Let me save this form and then publish it. Also, the important thing is that whenever you are making the changes inside your solution, that's okay. You are publishing all the changes what you are making one by one. But once you are done with all the customization into your tables, then you can go to your solution overview. And from this area, you can publish all the customization what you have made in your solution. So once the publish done with the solution, then you can go ahead and create a model driven application for the same. That's fine. So we have to wait till the time the publishing is going on. So publish all customization succeed. Let me go back to the solution and PL-900. I am going to create a new model driven application. That's fine. In the new area, I'm going to create a new model driven application. And the name of my this application is going to be event management app. Okay, or I can also type the name like management application for this application. In the advanced option, I can use the component if I'm having. As of now, I don't want to do anything. So let me go ahead and create this application. So this studio is known as an app designer, where we are creating and modifying the Canvas application that is known as a Power App Studio, where we are creating and managing the model-driven application. That screen is known as a app designer. So as of now, you can see this is the name of my application. This is the default icon of my application. If I do want to change the icon, then I can select the icon from in here. And from in here, for example, this is the icon what I want to select for my application. Let me go with the apply. That's okay. Inside the advanced setting, I can see the welcome page if we want to set a welcome page for my application. But as of now, I don't want to add it. So I have selected the name for my application and the icon itself. Then into the add page option, let me go ahead and add a new page. And then it is asking you that which type of page you want to add. If you want to add a blank page, then you can go with the custom. If you want to add a Dataverse table like page, so you can go with that option. And if you do want to insert the dashboard, then you can insert that specific page. That's okay. Let me open a Dataworks table page, go with the next, and I want to utilize the existing table. So in my case, I'm going to select the event table and I'm going to select the expense table. And let me add those tables in my page. So as of now, here you can see that I'm having all the tables are present, the event table and the expense table. That's fine. Let me go to the specific thing. And here you can see if I am opening up this thing. So here I'm having the navigation bar. In the navigation bar, I'm enabling the area. That's okay. And in the area, let me go to that option. And here, let me type the name of my area. So this is going to be my event management area, or let me type the management in here, the name of my area, and the icon for my this management area is going to be this one, for example. Okay, then let me go to the group, and inside the group, let me type the name of my group. So the name of my group is event section. Okay, and inside my group I'm having this sub area one, and let me go to this sub area and the name of my this sub area is okay. That's fine, let me remove it. And in the event table, let me rename the name of title of this event table, and this is going to be the event management. In the icon, I can select the specific icon for the same. So this is going to be the icon, for example, for my event. Then into the expense table area, before creating that, I want to create a new group in here. So let me add a one more group, and the name of my group is going to be expense section. Inside my expense section, I want to add my expense table, and let me rename it with the expense management. Okay, ENT. So this is my expense management thing, and I can change the icon for this area as well. Let me select this icon and click on the apply. Now you can see that I'm having one area management. I want to add a new area in here, and this time the name of my area is going to be important links. Okay, and in this time the icon for my this area is going to be this one. So now you can see inside my this specific application, I'm having two different areas are present. In the important link area, I want to add a new group, and the name of my this group is going to be admin center links. Okay, and I want to add a new group itself, and the name of my that specific group is power platform links. That's okay. I can move it up itself. Inside my important link area, I can do one thing into this power platform link. I can go ahead and add a sub area, and the type of my sub area is going to be URL, and the URL is going to be https powerautomate.microsoft.com. Okay, and the name of the sub area is going to be Power Automate Portal. Let me add it. Then here you can see in the important link, when I go to the management, then I'm having these options are available with me. And in the important link area, I'm having this section available with me where I am having the Power Platform link. Let me go ahead and add a new sub area, and that is also a URL, and this is going to be a https app.powerbi.com. Okay, and this time the subtitle is going to be Power BI portal. Okay, and in the admin center link, I want to add a new sub area, and this is also going to be the URL, and the URL is for Power Platform Admin Center. Oh, let me paste the name into the title, and the URL is going to be https aka.ms/ppac. This is a short URL for accessing the Power Platform Admin Center. And let me add one more sub area that is also going to be the URL, and that is https admin.microsoft.com. And the name in here is Office 365 Admin Portal. Let me add this sub area. So now here you can see I have designed my model driven application successfully. I have created two different area, the management and the important link. In the management area, I'm having two groups, event section and the expense section. In the event section, I'm having the two sub area from where we can manage the event and the expense. In the important link area, I can go ahead and visit the different portals what I have created. So now I'm done with my creation in here. Let me save this application. And once application is saved, then let me publish my application also. Let me publish it. Okay. So once my application is published, let me go back. Let me go back again to the make.powerapps.com. And as of now, I have created this application inside my solution. So I need to publish all the customizations in my solution as well. That's okay. Let me go to my solution, because sometimes it happens that you created your application, then you will not be able to access your application because you have not published the customizations inside your solution. So let me publish all the customizations in my solution called PL-900. Okay, so let me go back to the solution, and in the application area, you can see that I'm having my management application available. Let me open it up, and here you can see I'm having the access to the application management app what I have created. And from in here, you can see if I want to add a new event, I can simply go with the new, and in the event name, let me type that is for my AZ 140, and event type is a training. Start date is 19. The end date is going to be 20. This is a 2-day training, and this is for Azure virtual desktop training, for example. Okay, and let me save and close. So now you can see that I have created a new record with the name AZ140, and this is a training with the description. And here you can see I am seeing the view, whatever the view I have created. Then in the expense management area, let me go ahead and create a new expense as well. And this expense is for AZ140 training expense. And my expense type is lab setup expense, and the cost is going to be $50, for example. Payment method is credit card, and which event is associated. So this specific event is associated. If I do want to see all record, then I can see all the record from in here. In the description, let me type, and expense is related to the same. That's okay. Let me save and close this one. So that is how we can create a model-driven application and start working on the same. So is this thing is clear to everyone? Sorry, on which main page?
So we have the app like Sales Hub. Every app is there, right? So we, if we want to add this app in the main page of when we install the trial version, we get all the apps, right? So if we want
Mhm.
to add this app there, how we will add?
Okay, so here you can see inside my environment. Let me open up my this PL session environment, and then I'm having one open button present in here. Let me open it. Let me close this application first. Wait, let me refresh my admin center. Okay, it is loading, so we have to wait. Yes, we can also share this application to the other user. Let me show you. Because in the next modules, we are having the demonstrations present. So that's why I'm spending more time into the application creation itself. That's okay. Let me try to open the admin center again, aka.ms/1. So just because of this platform is running on the legacy system, so that's why sometimes you are facing this issue that it is taking much time to load the environment in here. That's fine. Let me try to see if I'm having any other environment running. Okay, inside this area, let me go to this environment. Let me open it up, and once I'm having the environment in place, let me click on the open. Okay, this one is also opening up. Not working. That's okay. So now here you can see that I'm having all the applications in here. If I want to add in here, I can go to the app section, and same here we are getting the option for adding the application inside this section. And let me see why I'm not having this option present. Okay, so maybe there is some change, but same as like that, here I'm having this option for the creating a new application. We are getting the option same for adding the existing application what we are having. And let me search for my application. So as of now, in my this environment, I'm not having any application present. So that's why I am not able to see the thing. That's okay. So the thing is that same as like that, I'm having this create new application icon is here. I can have the same option present for adding a new application into it. So maybe there is some change in our portal. So I need to check it once, right?
Okay.
Yep. And let me go back in here and let me open up make.powerapps.com. And for the same here, let me go to the application area. In the application area, when I'm selecting my this application, then here you can see that I'm having all the settings are available. Then we can also go ahead and share the application. But before sharing the application, we need to go to this settings and we need to create a role. That's fine. Let me go to the share option. And from in here, you can see I'm having the users available to which I want to share this application. So let me share this application with the user Shivam. And then when I click on the share or select the user, then I need to add a security role. So as of now, let me go ahead and manage the security role. Yes, we can share. And then from in there you can see that I'm having all the roles are available. So first of all, let me select the basic user role what I am having, where I am. Let me select this and I want to copy the role and into this specific area. Let me type a new role name. So this is my shared access. This is going to be the name of my role, and let me click on the OK. Then in here we can see the role what I have created, the shared access role. Let me open it. So let me select and I want to edit this role and it is opening up. And then in the core record option, you can see I'm having all the entities are available. Let me go to the custom entity and I want to assign the permission to the two table what I have created, the event and the expense table. So in the event table here you can see I'm only having the read access available. So I want to give the create, write, delete and append access to the user. So in my event table, if I'm clicking on this one once time, so as of now I'm giving the user level access, only user can access. In the business unit, a business unit what I'm having in the group base, those can access. So let me go the organizational access over to the event table itself. That's okay. So I have assigned the create, write and delete access. Let me go with the append information as well. Same I want to do with the expense table. All right. So let me give them the role and then let me save and close. Then once I am done with the role, let me close this one as well. And in the security role option, I need to refresh my page and then I will be able to see the new role what I have just created. Okay, let me select in here. Then I'm going to select this option, click on the share. I want to share this app with the user Shivam and let me select it in the role. Why I'm not seeing the specific role for me. Let me see the shared role what I have created. Okay, the shared access in here. More action, enable disable filter. Okay. In the Dataverse, no problem. Let me define this specific role. But the thing is that whenever we are creating a new role, then here you can see that I will be able to see the specific role with the application. That's fine. So here inside this one, let me go with the shared role what I have created. And inside this one, I am having my shared role available. So let me search for the same where it is knowledge manager, system administration, yeah, shared access. Yes. So that is the role I have selected. In the Shivam user, if I want to give the system customizer and that role, then we can assign those role to the users as well. So now I have done with the role assignment. Then let me click on the share. Then this application is shared to the user. What we can do, we can share the application URL with the user. Then user will be able to access the specific application itself. So from this area, we can go to the details and from the details, we can share the specific URL to the user. So that is the web link. Let me copy this web link in here and in my this portal here, you can see the user Shivam is logged in. Let me open that URL into a new tab. And okay, this is opening up the editor, so no problem. Let me share the another link. And for the same, I need to go back to the application. And in the application area, let me select the application and go for the edit. Then in the edit area, let me go to the advanced setting and here I can get the link, no problem. Let me switch it to the classic mode to escape and here you can see a classic app designer will be open. So from in this designer area, I can copy the direct URL for my model driven application access. Or apart from that, doing the same thing, we can also integrate the same application with the teams as we integrated the model driven application. So we are going to see both of the thing. Here you can see into the properties. Here I'm having the unified interface URL. Let me copy it and I'm going to open this URL in a new tab where my user Shivam is logged in. And now here you can see the application is accessible by the user Shivam directly. So now is this thing is clear to everyone that how do we share the model driven application? All right. So this is the one way. Now, if I do want to add this application to the Microsoft Teams, then we can simply select the specific application, then go with the same option, add to Teams, click on this button. I want to go with the web application instead. It is initializing the Microsoft Teams. So till the time it is initializing the Microsoft Teams, let me go ahead and open make.powerapps.com. For the another thing, what I want to explain you that is related to the business rules. Okay, let me again click on this button where it is talking about opening the Microsoft Teams. Okay, maybe there is some glitch. Let me download this application. And you can see this is the application. Let me show you the another way to deploy the same application into the Teams. Let me open up teams.microsoft.com. Let me try to open it on any other browser. Okay, maybe there's some glitch in the browser. I am opening the same into the another browser and we'll see what happens. Okay, so now you can see my Microsoft Teams is open in here. Then let me go to the applications area. And from in here, I'm having this option, manage your application. And here you can see that I'm having this option, manage your application. As you see that I have downloaded the application. So let me upload an application to the app catalog and I can go with the same. So let me upload an application. And in my download, this is going to be my manage application. And it is uploading the management application in here. Okay, it could take some time to upload the application. Then we will be able to see that specific application in this list. And from in here, we can go ahead and select that specific application and add that application with the Microsoft Teams. So let me do one more thing. Let me open the Power Apps in here. Okay, let me go to the application with the correct environment PL session. And I am going to select this application. Let me go add to Teams option and I'm going to use this option as well. And let me use the web app instead. And then here you can see it is asking me the same things, like where you want to add your application into the teams correctly, or you want to add the teams to the you want to add the application to the specific team. Let me add this application in my PL-900 demo team, and I'm setting up a new tab for the same. And then inside that, let me go ahead and save this thing in here. And now same as like that course application, I am having the access available to the management application as well. So from in here, I can go ahead and access the application. So now this Teams integration for the Microsoft model driven application is clear to everyone. All right, thank you for the quick confirmation. Let me go back to the Power application, and from in here, I'm going to open up my PL-900 solution. And here, I do want to show you one quick thing related to the business rule, what we have discussed in the second module. So we can create a business rule, and accordingly, we can manage the behavior of the different column. So in the expense table, I'm going to create a new business rule. Okay, so as of now, you can see there is no any business rule. Let me go ahead and create a new business rule. In the condition, let me create, this is my condition 01. And in my expense table entity, if the specific field called expense type is equals to the miscellaneous expense. So this is my condition. If my expense type field is equals to the miscellaneous expense, then what happen if the condition is true? Set visibility, and here this is my action, and the action is so expense, or here I can go with the option hide expense description. And in my expense table, I can select the visibility for the expense table is no. Otherwise, in the no condition, I can go ahead and set the visibility for the false scenario is show expense description. Okay, in the visibility, let me select this one to the yes. So now here you can see the full condition. If the expense type equals to the miscellaneous expense, then hide the expense description field, else show the expense description field. Let me save this business rule, and the name of my business rule is going to be new business rule. Once my rule is saved, let me click on the validate. So the validation is successful as well. And then let me activate the specific tool. Okay, let me activate the business rule. And once I'm done with that, let me close this one, and I can see a new business rule in here, which is on my table. In the overview, let me publish all the customizations. It is publishing all the changes what I have made in my expense table. And then let me go ahead and access the management application. And here I'm going to the expense management. In the expense management area, Let me select the new expense, and inside that the name of my expense is going to be demo expense, for example. And as of now, here you can see the expense description is visible. But when I'm selecting the miscellaneous expense, the expense description goes out. Here you can see. So that is how we can work with the business rule. So is this thing is clear to everyone? Like how business rule works? All right. So that is all about in this module as well, where we need to talk about the model-driven application. Before moving ahead towards the fourth module on this course called PL-900, that is related to the Power Automate. Please let me know everyone if you are having any questions related to the same. All right. So thank you for the confirmations from your end. Now we are going to discuss the fourth module of this course, and that module is dependent on the Power Automate in here. So in this lesson here you can see that we are going to talk about the Power Automate, like what is the Power Automate and how do we go ahead and use the different type of automate in order to create the solution for us. So now here you can see we can create the automation. We can accelerate the productivity by automating the thing. We can go ahead and integrate the thing securely. For example, if we are utilizing the multiple data sources, so we can go ahead and create all the connections with a very secure manner. So moving ahead and talking about this section, so here you can see it is talking about the approval flow. So before talking about this example, let me go ahead in here and see that what type of different flows what we can create. So we can create the instant flow, automated cloud flow, we can create a scheduled flow, we can create a business process flow, we can create a desktop flow itself. So there are different type of flows what we can create by utilizing the Power Automate over there. And for each and every type of flow, we can go ahead and utilize and create those flow for our different type of workload over there. The important thing is that when we are creating the flow, inside the flow, we are having the triggers, and a trigger can have multiple action. So for example, if I'm receiving any email with the attachment, so email with the attachment is going to be the trigger, and based on that specific trigger, we can have multiple actions are present, like save the attachment to the OneDrive, notify the admin via email, and delete that specific email. So we can have multiple actions are present as a part of trigger. So trigger is something that is the starting point for the flow. So now let me jump up to the portal quickly and show you that how do we go ahead and create the different type of flows for the same. So as of now, for creating the flows, we need to use a portal called Power Automate Microsoft.com, and let me make a sign in into this one. And then this is the portal make.powerautomate.com. From this area, we can manage all the flow what we can create. That's okay. Let me get started with the same. So I'm starting up the very simple flow in here. And before working with the flow, let me give you some information related to the different connectors what we are having. So inside this section, you can see we are having the connector option. So this is the connector option which we can use in order to connect with the different sources, in order to utilize the different sources in our Power Automate. For example, if I'm having my data presenting to the SharePoint and I do want to utilize the SharePoint in my scenario, that if the any item is created into the SharePoint list, then I'm going to be notified. And for the same, we can create the approval flow that if someone is adding the data into the SharePoint list, then approval should be occurred. So for those scenarios, we can go ahead and create the different type of connectors. We are having the multiple type of connectors are available. The standard connector, those are free to use. And also we are having some premium connectors for which we need to pay the cost for the same. By using the connector, we can create the connection with the different services. As well as if we want to go for create a automate flow, then we are having those all templates are available. So where we only have to use the specific template, and then we need to provide the detail for the same. So as of now, for example, I want to save my Office 365 email attachment to the OneDrive business specific folder. So here inside my OneDrive, let me go ahead and create a new folder, and the name of my folder is going to be automate. The name of my folder, it could be anything. And then let me select this template. And what this template says, that this template is connecting my Outlook Office 365 to OneDrive for Business. So let me connect it to the Outlook itself. And once I have done with the connection, then I can continue with my flow. And here I need to enter the name of my flow. So the name is okay. Save Office 365 email attachment to the specified OneDrive folder. And here you can see when I arrive the mail into the inbox, then if the email is containing the attachment, then it is going to save the specific attachment into the specific folder called automate. Okay. And if the condition is no, then nothing happened for the same. That's fine. Okay. So let me go ahead, and if no, then I can also select the path in here. That's okay. And let me go ahead and save this flow. So now my flow is ready to use. Let me open up one of my email client in here, and I want to send a mail towards my this account. Okay, from my this specific email, I want to create a new mail, and I want to send this mail to this email called, okay, let me copy the email, Power Automate Test, and here I'm going to attach some files. So in that case, on my desktop, let me go to the folder called this one, and here I'm having to Word file, or let me do one thing. Let me go to the pictures, and I'm going to select those pictures, for example, and let me send this email. So now, as of now, you can see I have this mail sent to the specific email. Let me go ahead and open the Outlook. In the Outlook, you can see that I'm having this email present, and inside my this email, I'm having all the attachments available as well. That's fine. Let me go to the flow and refresh it. And in a few moments, I will be able to see one run in here. And once the flow run succeeded, then I will be able to see those flows, those images available into my this automate folder. So as of now, here you can see one image is here. Let me go ahead and refresh it. And now here you can see on December 17 at this time, this flow is completed. And here you can see all my files are presenting to the OneDrive automatically. So that is the way how do we go ahead and utilize the template. And by using the template, we can create the Power Automate. So is this thing is clear to everyone?
Ayush, I have one question. If in case this flow did not get succeeded, then what will happen?
Okay, then in that case, we can see the error in that specific area. And once we click onto that specific failed flow, then we will be able to see the details that why our flow got failed.
Okay.
Yes, and accordingly, we can rectify the errors.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem. So that is the one example. Now, let me show you that how do we integrate our Power Apps to the Power Automate. So here you can see if I'm opening up make.powerapps.com. So inside that area, you can see that we are creating the records into the management application where I am adding the records related to the event and the expense. Here you can see inside my flow. Let me go to the my flow and I want to create a new automated cloud flow. And this time I want to create this flow from the scratch. And the new flow name is email admin when event is added. Okay. In the trigger, let me skip it. And here you can see I have created a new flow from the scratch. In the trigger action, let me select the Dataverse. Okay. In the Dataverse on the trigger, I can see when row is added, modified or deleted. That's okay. And now here you can see the trigger type. So in the trigger type, I have selected when the row is added. In the table name, I need to select the event table. Then in the scope, I want to set it to the organization level. Then inside the new step, when this trigger happens, then which action is going to be performed. So here I'm selecting the Outlook. And in the Outlook, I can use this option, send an email V2. Okay. And to which people it is going to send the email? To admin or me. In the subject, I can type new event added, and then I can use the dynamic value in here and whatever the name of my event is. Then in the body, I can type hi admin, a new event is or has been added in the event table. The details are mentioned below. And then we can type the event name, event type, event, or I can go with the start date. We can go with the end date. And then let me go with one more option, that is event description. That's okay. And for example, I don't want to use this value. And then what I need to do, let me add the event name in the start date. Let me search for the start date. In the end date, I am going to add the end date. And in the event description, let me add the event description as a dynamic field. Also, I can do one more thing, and here I can type added by. And in that area, I can use the dynamic field that is created by. Okay, then let me save this one. So now you can see I have created this flow as well. Let me go back and I want to run my management application again. And now here you can see my flow is ready to go. In my event management, I am going to add few events quickly. And this time I want to create a new event for SC300. And event type is webinar. Selected date is 19 and the end date is 19 itself. SC300 webinar for IST time zone. Okay, let me save and close. Let me add one more record in here, and that is for SC200 training. And this is a training event, and the start date for this one is 19, and the end date is going to be 22. And this is description, the training for the KPMG. Let me save this. So here you can see that I have created two record with me, and let me create one record with the user Shivam, and this is for SC900, and this is the webinar. And in the start date, I have selected the 20. In the end date, I have selected the same, and this is a webinar. Let me save and close. So now here you can see that I have created few events randomly. In my flow, if I go to the all run, then here you can see one flow is run successfully. And in a few moments, we will be able to see all other flows to be run. And accordingly, I am receiving the mail in here, as you can see. So in my mail, you can see a new event added, and added by here, I'm getting this value. So for the same, I need to select the specific value on the created on thing. Then I can see the name of the person who is adding the event. As of now, I have selected the value option. So that's why I'm getting the ID of that specific user. And here you can see I'm getting the event name, start date, end date, and the description for all the events what I have added. So that is how we can integrate the Power Automate with the Power applications as well. So is this thing is clear to everyone? All right. So if you are having any question, so you guys please go ahead and proceed with your questions as well. Now that is a two different type of flow what I have showed you. What if I go want to create a scheduled flow? So in that order, we are creating a scheduled flow when we want to run that specific flow on a scheduled basis. So for the same, you can go to the new flow, and from in here, you can select the scheduled flow option, and the flow name is demo flow. When I want to run this flow, I want to run this flow today or on 17, and at which time I want to run this flow. I want to run this flow at 4:45, for example, or 4:45 a.m. Repeat every 10 seconds, and let me go ahead and create this flow. In the recurrence, you can see I'm having this option that I want to run this flow on every 10 seconds in the time zone. Let me select my time zone, and this is going to be just 5:30. Then in the new step, I want to go with the same that I'm getting one mail, and in the Outlook, let me go ahead with that specific option that uh, send an email, where I'm having the option. Okay. And I want to send the mail to myself, and demo for scheduled flow. Your flow is running. That's okay. So I have just created this simple recurring flow, and let me go in this area and let me select it with the minute, and I want to run this flow every 1 minute. That's fine. Let me save it. So as of now, and my end is 442. We will come back to this recurrence flow after 3 or 4 minutes. Then I'm expecting few mails in my inbox according to the flow as per the scheduled flow. That's fine. Let me check one more thing with the flow, that when I have set this flow to run, it's 3:45 or 4:45. And the time is 3:45. Let me change it to the 4:45 and save it. That's okay. Till the time this flow is running, let me go ahead and show you the option that how do we go ahead and create a approval flow. So in the template here, you can see I'm having the approval option, and inside the approval we are having the option for the SharePoint. So let me search for the SharePoint in here, and it says that start an approval flow when we are adding a new list. Oh, so that is the flow. When an item is created in the SharePoint list, send approval and create the item. But before doing that, let me open up my SharePoint. And here I'm going to create a new list. Okay, let me go with the next. And here in this site, I'm going to create a new site, for example, PL-900 site. Okay, let me go with the next. In the member, I want to add myself as a owner. Let me finish it. In the site, I want to add a new list, and the name of my list is going to be the course list, for example. Let me create it. In my course list, I'm having the title. In the another column, let me go ahead and add a new column with the single line of text. And the name of my column is going to be course duration. Let me save it. And let me add one more column with the currency, course fees. Okay. So now I am having these things present in here, and I'm having this list also present. That's fine. Let me go back to the Power Automate area. Let me refresh it. And then in the template, let me go to the approval. And here I'm using the SharePoint. me use this template that when an item is created, start a approval. When item, and where is the flow when a SharePoint item is approved? No, no, this one. Okay, this one. So when an item is created in the SharePoint list, send the approval and create the item. So let me sign in with the SharePoint first. So it is creating the connection with the SharePoint. And let me create the approvals as well and click on the continue. So in this area, I need to select the site. So why I'm not clicking my site? Let me save this flow. And why I'm not clicking the site listed in here? What is the name of my site? PL-900 site. Okay, PL-900 site. Okay, so this is the name of my site. It's okay. And I can do one more thing. I can share the site address with the same. Let me copy it, and in the site address, let me paste the same. Then in the list name, I can see my course list. In the approval, everything is okay. So if yes, then it is going to create a item in my this site, and in the list, let's use this one. Then in the SharePoint list called course list, it is going to add a item and create a new item. Let me save this flow. Assign to is required, and it is going to be assigned to my user, this one. Okay, so I'm going to be the approval for the same, approver for the same. That's okay. Let me save this flow, and has not been installed. Run this approval flow for the same. So let me go ahead and okay, no problem. I need to run this flow first. In the title approval request, it is already mentioned. Run this approval flow to initiate the processing, but how I run it? Okay, let me go back and okay. Let me try to test this flow first. No, not this one. Let me refresh my page and let me refresh this email as well. Okay, in my this demo flow, let me see the status why my this flow is not running. Okay, let me run this flow manually. Okay, so maybe there is some issue with the time zone. And if you have to mention the cackle. Oh, okay. Thank you. Let me see it once again. And in my flow here, you can see I'm receiving like a specific schedule flow. So maybe there is some mismatch with the time zone because in my system, I'm using the different time zone, and in my Power Automate area, I'm using the different time zone. That's fine. Let me go ahead and create a new flow, and in the template, let me go to the approval. Then I come where I am having that two. No problem. Let me go with the continue. And here, let me enter the value of my SharePoint list or site. Then here I can see the list name. In the email address, let me assign this one is to me. Okay. Then in the approval request, text okay. In the response is equal to approve. In the site address, I want to use the custom value. And this is the site address what I want to paste. All right. And in the list name, I want to use the course list. And let me see, everything is okay in here. In the condition, everything is good. In the title here, let me go ahead and use camo, for example. In the course, here I need to use the dynamic value. So in the title, let me use this one. In the course duration, let me use the course duration. And in the course fees, let me use this dynamic content. Then let me save this flow. And now it is saving my flow. Then I need to test this flow manually first in order to run the approval flow. So now you can see my flow is running, and let me go ahead and create a new item into the SharePoint list. So it is checking for the thing. Let me add a new entry, and the course is 8900, and the course duration is 1 day. Course fee is going to be $150. Okay, let me add one more entry that is for SC900. Course duration is 1 day, and the fees is $200. Okay, so I have added two entries in here. Let me go to the my flow, and here let me see the run status of this flow. So we have to wait for some time, and after some time we will be able to see the flow is running, because the first time when we are running the approval flow, then it could take some time. If I'm going to edit this flow in order to test that the approval flow is enabled for my environment or not. So if this time I'm saving my flow, then I'm not getting anything. The bug has not been installed for this environment. Run this approval flow to initiate the provisioning. So I already run the flow. Let me go with the text. Okay, so it could take some time. And after the flow is enabled, the approval is enabled for the environment, we will be able to see the approval inside this approval area. That's fine. So already I have created some items in the list, and then we will be see that approval in here. So that is the process how we can go ahead and create the automated flows over there. Then there is a slide that is talking about the creating the flow from a template. So we already seen the thing that how do we utilize, go ahead and utilize the template for creating the Power Automate flow. Just give me a quick moment. Then we also talked about this concept. So inside the flow, there are important things like a trigger and the action. I already told you that a trigger can have a multiple action, and trigger is a starting point of any flow, and the action that what you want to do when a trigger is invoked. And also if we do want to add some conditions in the flow, then we can use the loop, we can use the switch do until apply to each or expression. And these all are the things which we can use when we want to create a advanced flow over there. And based on that, we can run the different type of advanced flow as well. Then there is a things like which type of flow we can run by which type of trigger. So when something is changes, like we are adding a data into the Dataverse, we are modifying a data into the Dataverse, we are creating a data into the Dataverse. So at that time, we are working with the trigger known something change on a schedule. So when we are creating a recurring flow, so in that case, we are going to talk about the on schedule flow. And when we do want to run the flow manually with a click of the button, so that is the flow that is known as a button press flow or the manual flow as well. Then there is an option for the scheduled flow. So we already seen that how do we go ahead and create the scheduled flow. Then there is an option for the button flow. So we can create a button flow if we do want to send ourselves a reminder in every 10 minutes. That's okay. Then there is the option for the business process flow. So business process flow is nothing. We are using the business process flow in our model driven application. And by using the business process flow, we can follow the step by step process for our businesses. Like first of all, what we need to do. Just for example, if I'm taking a sales scenario, in that case, we are getting a league first of all, then we are working on to that specific league, then we are converting that league into the opportunity, then we are quoting to the customer. Then when the quote is done, then we are creating the order, and when the order is complete, then we are giving the invoice to the same. So that is the simple sales business process flow, that how we are generating the lead and how we are converting that lead into the sales. So if we do want to provide the users interface that all the users needs to be used the same flow, so for the same, we can create the business process flow for our model-driven applications itself. That's okay. And also that is all about the Power Automate flow module in here, the module number 4 in here. Let me check the status of my automated flow. And here you can see it is running up. I have already added the entry and it says that to see the work now, add a new item to the SharePoint folder what you have selected. So I have already created the two item. Let me go ahead and create a new one. In the course duration, let me go ahead and type it for 1 day. And the fees of this course is going to be $150. Let me save it. Okay, and now here you can see that I'm having this mail. Okay, this is for the psych group, no problem. Okay, so we can wait, and now here you can see the approval is in progress, and in a short time we will be able to receive one email, as well as we can see those approvals in that specific approval area as well. That's fine. So as of now, I'm not having any approvals in place. That's fine. So in a short time, we will be able to see the approval in here. And now you can see the flow is refreshing itself. Okay, so till the time this approval is in progress, it is taking some time. Would it be fine if we take a short break for 15 minutes in here and then continue with the rest two modules of this course? Is it fine for everyone? Okay, all right. So we are taking a short break in here. Then let's meet back after the break. Hello everyone and welcome back after the quick break in here. Please mark your presence in the session. Okay, all right. Thank you for the confirmation from your end. So now here you can see am received this email. I received this email regarding to the approval request. And in that case, here you can see a new entry is added to the SharePoint list. If I'm going to approve this one, then this record is added to the SharePoint site. Otherwise, this record is removed. That's okay. So let me go ahead and approve this. And in the comments, let me type approved and let me click on the submit. And then once I click on the submit, you can see the record is approved and we can see the same thing in here. Let me refresh the page and I can see the history. And in the history, I can see there is one approved request in here. Let me go to my SharePoint site and let me create a new record in here. That is for AZ500. Course duration is for 4 days and course fees is going to be $250. Then I'm always or also expecting one more run for this flow. And this time it is not taking much time because whenever the flow is running for the first time, then it could take some time. Otherwise, we are getting the runs immediately. So as of now, here you can see I have already created a new record in here, and in a short time we will be able to see one more flow in here. And now you can see there are two flows are running, and for the same we are getting the approvals in here shortly. And now here you can see I'm having the two or three different approval requests are there. So let me go to this option and I want to reject this one. And okay, let me go ahead and reject this approval. And then here you can see when I reject this approval and let me refresh my SharePoint list. So one, which approval that is for the AZ500 thing. Let me go again reject, and in the reject I don't have selected any option. Let me go back and here you can see if I'm editing this one, then in the reject option, I haven't selected any option. In the condition, here you can see, if no, then I can add the option. And here we can select an option for the SharePoint. Okay. And in the SharePoint, I can save it as delete item. Okay. And somewhere I need to delete the item. So inside this specific area, let me select this site. In this site, let me select the list and the ID is going to be this one. That's okay. And let me save it. So that is how we can check this condition as well. And when we are running the next approval flow with the new entry and we reject the flow, then that item is deleted from the SharePoint list as well. That's okay. So that is all about what we have to discuss related to the Power Automate. Now I am moving with the fifth module that is talking about the Microsoft Power BI. So in this specific module, let's just talk about the Microsoft Power BI. So the Microsoft Power BI is a tool what we are having as a part of the Microsoft Power Platform, what we can use to create the different visualizations based on the report, based on the dashboard from the data what we are ingesting over to the Power BI, or we can directly query the data from the source where the data is reside, and based on that we can create the different interactive report and the dashboard over there. As of now, here you can see that in this picture, the Power BI is ingesting the data from the different sources, like from the Microsoft Dynamics 365, from the different SaaS applications, from the internet Explorer, from the Access database, Excel, SQL database, and the MailChimp. And then accordingly, it is creating a stunning report based on the data, whatever the data we have, in just getting to it. Can we update the status? Yes, also we can do the same thing. We need to add one more condition into the flow, and then we can create a new column for the same in the SharePoint list, and where we can put that status, like why the item is rejected and why the item is approved. So we can do the same thing. Right. Moving ahead with the Power BI option. So here you can see no problem. In the Power BI concept, we are having few things are available like capacities, workspace, data set, data type, shared data set, report, and the dashboard. In the capacities, we can see that how many resources we are having available in order to deliver the specific content. And based on that, we can work with the different capacities what we are having present into the Microsoft Power BI. So in the Power BI capacities, we can say that that is representing a resources only, and also the capacities are shared or the dedicated. So when we are talking about the shared capacity, so that is the capacity that is shared with the different Microsoft customers, and the dedicated capacities are requires the subscription. So by default, when we are working with the workspaces, so those workspaces are created on the shared capacity. That's okay. Then we are having the workspace in place. So we can use the My Workspace option for the personal use over there. However, the workspaces option are for the collaborating and the sharing related thing. So if you want to share the dashboard and the reports that is present on your My Workspace, then you need to go and work in the workspaces. And if you do want to create a report and the dashboard for yourself only for your personal work, then you need to work on the My Workspace. Apart from that, we are having the data set. So data set is nothing that is the collection of the data, what you have ingested into the Power BI, what you have imported into the Power BI, or that is the type of data to which you are connected with the same. And we can associate the data set to the workspaces as well. And in the data set option, we can import the data into the Power BI from the different sources. Then we are having the option for the data type. So in the data type, we are having the different type of data types are available. Like it could be data which having the columns related to the currency, which is related to the date and time and all. And accordingly, we are having the option for the shared data set. So shared data set is something where we are having the data available, which we can utilizing with the multiple things over there. Yes, we can share my workspace in the Power BI. For the same, we need a dedicated license, and then accordingly, we can work on it. So by using the shared data set, we can build the accurate report, and your organization can have the consistent data for making the decision. And consuming these data sets, we need to use the Power BI data set option when we are creating the Power BI report. Then we are having the report in place. So report is nothing that is the visualization of the data what we are having present as a form of the row and column from the different resources. And that is the visualization where we can read the thing, we can view the thing, or if do we want, we can edit the specific view as well. However, the dashboard is the single canvas where we can pin the multiple report, and we can easily view and monitor the thing itself. Moving ahead and talking about the template application. So in the template application, same as like that, the Power Apps, the Power Automate, in the Power BI, if you go and create a dashboard and the reports from your end from the scratch, then it is a very big deal. So for the same what Power BI gives you, Power BI gives you the capability where all the things are pre-created with the sample data. If you do want to utilize that specific thing according to the data what you are having in your organization, then you can connect your specific data source with that specific template, and then you can utilize those templates for your organizational need over there. That's okay. And the next slide is in here that is talking about the getting the data inside the Microsoft Power BI. So we are having the multiple options are present by which we can get the data into the Power BI. We can use the Excel file, we can use the database, we can use the Azure data, app sources, Dynamics 365, different SaaS providers, like we can ingest the data from the Salesforce, Facebook, Office 365, Google Analytics. So that is totally up to you that how do we want to connect the different data sources in order to get the data into the Power BI. Let me go back to the portal and to the Power BI portal and explain the things those are related to the Power BI. So here you can see in a new tab, I'm opening up app.powerbi.com, and then it is asking me for the sign in. Okay. Now let me open up powerbi.com first. Okay. So visuals are the different charts and the things what we are creating. Like we are creating the bar chart, we are creating the column chart, we are creating a map chart. But the tiles are the different tiles what we are creating. Like we are having the one visual is present for the marketing application that is giving us the information, the sales according to the yearly basis. Then we are having the annual another visual in place that is giving me the information to the sales according to the product. So these all are the different visuals what we are having, and we can have multiple visuals for the same type of information. For the example, if I want to see the sales in the column chart, so that is the one visual. If I do want to see the same thing into the pie chart, that is the another visual. So that is the visuals. And when we are setting up the multiple chart into the report, so that is known as a tiles. Okay. Okay, let me here enter my contact number. So uh yes, no problem. Just give me a quick moment. I'm creating the Power BI account for the same and then show you. Now let me go to the link that is app.powerbi.com. And now here I want to do one more thing. I have using the free license. Let me go to my account. And if I want, I can activate the free trial license for the Power BI Pro. where I can use all the premium features for the same. That's okay. That's fine. This is my free trial. Let me start a free trial for the Power BI Pro. And now you can see that I have enabled all the premium feature for 60 days for me. Then here you can see if I want to go with the create option, then I'm having the option for the data set. We can ingest the data manually or we can pick the any one of the published data set. In the browse option, we can see the recent thing, the favorite and the shared workspaces and the reports with me. In the data hub option, we are having the option for the data. So when we are having the data with us, then we can see that thing into the data hub. Then in the metrics option, we can go ahead and create the different type of metrics like scorecard, sales sample, marketing sample thing. In the application, here is the thing what I'm talking about. You can create the specific template application from this place, and then you can use those applications by adding your data. So as of now, I'm not having any application present. If I do want to add a new one, so let me go with the add. And then here you can see that I'm having different things are available. So I can use the same thing. Same as like that, if I'm going to select this one, that is Microsoft sample data. So let me go ahead and get this application now. For the same, I need to provide my detail and then click on the get it now. And then it is adding the Power BI application with me. If I'm talking about the real-time example for the same, so you can use the Power BI for your teams, and you can also take a record like how many meetings you are organizing, how much time you share your screen, how much time you are on the audio calls. So you can also get all the data available with you by using the Microsoft Power BI itself. So now in the application area, you can see this is one sample application is present. If I'm opening up this application, so here you can see that I'm having the different visuals are present. Like this is a line chart, this is a column chart, this is a different type of chart. This is a stack column chart. And here you can see the tile. This is the tile one. Let me go back. This is the one tile, another second tile, third tile, fourth tile. So these things are known as a tile. Each every block is known as a tile. Include the SharePoint. Yes, we can do the same. Okay, so that is the tile and these all are the different visuals what I'm having. So as of now, this is having the sample data. If you want to go ahead, so you can go ahead and add your data and then you can see your data present in here. That's okay. So that is the process. How do we go ahead and work with the sample application? In the deployment pipeline, if your organization is using the DevOps culture, then you can create the pipeline for automating the things. Then in the workspaces option, you can see I'm having the my workspaces option present. Apart from that, if I do want to create a new workspace, then from the workspaces area, I can go ahead and create a new workspace for me. So in the workspace image, you can also upload the image for your workspace. So let me select this one. In the workspace name, okay, the size should be 45 KB. No problem. Maybe I have this application or this image present. In the name, this is going to be PL-900 workspace. You can type the description. So this is for the demo. In the advanced option, you can select if you do want to share this workspace with the specific user and group, you can select it. Then in the workspace OneDrive, you can provide the OneDrive details itself. Then develop a template app based on that specific workspace. If you do want to develop a template app that is developed for sharing the information outside your in organization, then you can also select the thing, and you can also allow the contributor to update the app for this workspace. So in the advanced area, you can manage the different settings for your workspace. As of now, I'm just creating a workspace. So you need to just use the workspace name, and then you will be able to create a new workspace. That's fine. When it comes up to the get data, so you can see you can get the data from your organization. You can get the data from your different template applications or your different applications what you are having in here. Then you are having the another option for getting the data to the different services what we are using online. Then we can ingest the data into the Power BI by using the file database and the data flows as well. If you do want to see the multiple data sources, then for the same, you can go ahead and download the Power BI desktop application, and then you can see the multiple number of data sources in here. So let me open up the Power BI desktop, and I have installed that application in my machine. Okay. And here in the Power BI desktop, you can see this is my Power BI desktop window. But as of now, it is signed in with any other user. Let me sign out my Power BI with this user first. Let me make a sign out. And I want to make a sign in into the Power BI with my email account, what I am utilizing for the demonstration in this session. And then I need to enter the password. So this is the account. Okay. Okay, the difference between the Power BI desktop and the Power BI service is we can use the Power BI service by utilizing the web application only. Okay, means in the web browser, we can go ahead and use the Power BI service, but we can use the Power BI desktop as well when we do want to create an the report over there. The important thing is that there are few works, those are divided between the Power BI desktop and the Power BI service. So if we want to create a report and then we do want to publish that report into the Power BI, so for publishing the report towards the dashboard, we are using the Power BI desktop service. But for creating the workspaces for managing the report, we can use the Power BI service in here. And by using the Power BI service, we can also share the things with the different user. Okay. That's okay. Now here you can see in the data source option, I'm having the multiple options are present. In the more section, you can see that I'm having the different number of data sources are present from where we can go ahead and ingest the data into the Microsoft Power BI. It is from the different files. It is from the different type of database what we are having. We can ingest the data into the Power Platform from the Dataverse. We can ingest the data from the Azure, different online services, and other SaaS applications as well. That's fine. So here you can see in the Power Platform, if you want to ingest the data with the Dataverse, so I can select the Dataverse and then it is creating the connection for the same. And then it is asking me for which applications I do want to add the data and which environment. So this is my GTL environment and this is my MB environment. So from in here, when I'm opening this environment up, then I will be able to see all the uh, tables listed here, and accordingly I can select my list. For example, if I want to get the data for my event table, so here I'm not having the event table present. Okay, so I need to search manually. Entitlement. Okay, so maybe it is not getting my specific environment as of now. That's fine. I want to import the data, the type of data from which we can create some report, because inside my event and expense table, I'm not having much data to create a report. So for the same, I have downloaded a sample file. Let me show that sample file to you. And here in the downloads, let me open up this file, and okay, let me close it. And I am going to open the sample file what I have downloaded. Okay, so now here you can see that I'm having this financial sample report available, where I'm having the data of the specific sale, profit and all according to the different segment, government, market, mid market, according to the country, according to the product in here. And if I want to see the financial data according to the sales in the specific country, according to the sales for the specific product, then how do we go ahead and see those things in here? So in that case, we are going to utilize all the things in the Power BI and create the interactive visuals and the interactive dashboard for the same. So how do we do that? Let me show you. As of now, I'm saving this app file, and I do want to import the data from the Excel. And when we are importing the data into Excel, then we can transform the data accordingly. So what is the meaning of transforming the data? When we are transforming the data, then we are not making the changes into the data where the data is saved. However, we are only loading the data into our Power BI, which is usable for us. Okay. For a quick note, if I do not want to use the gate, if I do not want to use the specific thing, then I can remove that thing. For example, in the product area, I don't want to insert the Montana product in my data for the same. Then you can see I have filtered the row. Let me go ahead and click on the close and apply, and it will load the data into my Power BI, except that specific product what I have unchecked. And in my original data source, my all data is present as it is. So this is the meaning of the data transform. Is this thing is clear to everyone? Like now in my this Power BI desktop option, I'm having three different options are present. In the model, I can see the tables what I am having. In the data, I can see all the data in the form of the row and column. In the visual option, I can go ahead and create the visual. So let me go to the insert, and here I do want to add a text box. And in the text box, let me type the name. So this is a PL-900 session report as of demo. Okay, so this is my demo report. If you want to make it large, you can select the specific font size. You can select the font color as well for your report. That's okay. And let me drag it. And now here you can see that I'm having these options are present. I can also go ahead and make more changes into it by selecting this one. In the properties, you can see the size, you can see the position, you can see the title, you can see the alternative text header, and different thing what I am having. That's okay. So this is my one thing in here. Let me do this thing into the mid of the page. And then I am going to see the different field what I'm having inside my this field area. Now I want to use this s- pie chart, and in this my pie chart I want to see the sales according to the product. So now here you can see I'm seeing the sales according to the product. And if I go on to make changes into this chart, then how do I do the same thing? So for the same, let me do one thing. Instead of putting this thing in the mid of the screen, here you can see in the properties option, I can set the property. In the visual option, I can go with the legend. Like I can view the legend over to the right, over to the top, over to the down. In the text, I can select the text size. In the title, we can select the titles available to me. In the slices, I can select the color for a specific type of sale. That's okay. In the label, we can see the label option. In the rotation, we can manage the rotation. Then in the general option, we can go and apply the effect. If I want to create the visual burger, then you can see that I'm having the burger present for the same. If I don't want to set up the visual burger, then we simply select the specific thing, and from the specific option, let me select it again, and inside this visual option I can close those options as well. That's okay. So let me go to this one. In the effect, I can turn off the visual border. I can turn on the shadow. So now here you can see I have added the shadow with my this option. That's okay. That is the one thing. Apart from that, let me go ahead and I want to use this cluster column chart in here, and that chart I want to set it up in here, and here I want to see the profit according to the product. And then here you can see that I am getting the profit according to the product, and I can also see the sales price. So I can see the same thing, or I can see the unit sold accordingly. So we can have multiple options are present. That's okay. Profit and unit sold by the specific product. Then here we can also see one thing, like here, if I want to see the profit, so let me remove the unit sold. Here I am seeing the profit in the form of sum. If I go on to see the average of the profit, then here I can see the average of the profit according to the month. I can categorize it. So now here you can see I am getting the average profit by the specific product in the month, or we can find the specific profit by the month only. So we are having the multiple options are present by which we can segregate our things in here. That's okay. So you can see the average profit by the product. So that is the another chart what I want to create. I can go to the visual and into the general option, or into the effect. I can enable shadow for the same for giving this a better look. Then I can go ahead and create a new chart, or also if I want to make a change into this chart, then you can see as of now I can make the change into this chart as well. And here let me select the average profit and sales by the product. That's okay. And let me remove those things from in here, and I want to select the product and the profit again. So here I want to see the profit by the product. That's okay. And in the profit option, I can see the average. That's okay. In the another chart on my end, let me create that specific chart, and let me go ahead and add a new data onto this chart. Let me drag it. And here I want to see the sales according to the country. Now here you can see I can see the sales according to the country, and I can also see the thing according to the year, or I can use this specific chart for the same. And here I'm having which type of conditions do you want to ask is clear to me.
So suppose like in the second chart, we want to see the product who has the less than this much of profit and or greater than this profit. So can we apply this type of
Okay.
condition, if and else type of conditions?
Okay, so for the same here you can see if I'm selecting this chart in the profit, then you can see that we are having those options are present and we can show the value according to the percentage of the grand total and all, right? So as of now, there is no option for setting up the condition for the same, but what we can do, we can create a separate column and then accordingly we can show the same thing in here, right? So for that type of
Okay.
thing, we can create a column, and for creating those columns, we are using the DAX query into the Power BI.
Okay. Okay. So that is another part, like we have
Yes.
to do some coding part, some
Uh,
conditions.
yes, because on the Power BI, there is a dedicated course itself, and we are talking about this one as a one module in this course.
Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so as of now, I have created three different type of chart. Now let me show you the importance and the use of the slicer. So here in that case, you can see that I'm having the slicer present with me. So in the slicer, I want to select the country, and here you can see if I want to make the changes and I want to see the things according to the country, then I will be able to see all the things based on the country. So as of now, here you can see that I have added one slicer with the specific country. Let me select this one. In the visual, I want to make it little bit good. So here I have added the shadow for the same. And also let me go ahead and enable the shadow for my this chart. Okay, let me make it a little bit smaller in here. All right. Then in this slicer, you can read that I'm having this option present. If I do want to make the changes inside my this slicer, I can also make the changes into it. So just give me a moment. Oh, my Power BI is crashed. Oh, my apologies. Let me open up the Power BI.
I have one question. Suppose this type of thing happened, like our app
Mhm.
get crash. So the data which the work which we have done, it gets saved by itself, or like it will get insane.
Okay, so now here you can see we are having the option for the auto recovery. Okay, but we are not having those files available as of now with me. Let me open up my Power BI. So the important thing is that when we are working those type of scenarios, then we can save the things on each and every step. And here you can see I'm having this option, and let me click on the view recovered file. So this is my unrecovered report what I have created. So let me open it up and we can get my file back in the Power BI, right? But the important thing is that if you restarted your machine or log off your machine, then you will not be able to get those recovered files.
Okay.
But I am only getting this much of data recovered. Okay. So for the same, we need to work with the thing. And let me do one more thing. I am going to save this report. And this is really first time happening with me, like Power BI crashed. Okay, so now let me quickly create things what I have created. Let me go to the new visible, and here I want to add a new type of chart. I want to see the sales according to the country. That's okay. Then let me insert one more chart in here. And in this chart, I want to see the, first of all, let me go with the sales according to the product. What that is not the thing. Sales according to the month. That's okay. So that is the another chart what I have created. And then I'm going to add the slicer in here. So in the slicer option, let me go ahead and add this slicer. Then in the slicer, I have added the country first of all. In the visual option here, you can see in the slicer setting, I can make my slicer horizontal and vertical. So how I want to use my slicer, I can create it. Then in the selection option, I can enable the option for the single option and the multiple select option. I can show the select all button. In the slicer header, if I want to show the slicer header, I can go with the same. Then in the background option, we can see the border and the background details available for the slicer. In the effect option, I can set up the shadow for my slicer. And let me do one thing. For example, as of now, I am putting up my this chart in here. That's okay. And then in this area, I want to make my slicer, and in the slicer setting, let me make it horizontal. And then here you can see that I am having those options are present. I'm just creating a sample demo report, and accordingly how I'm selecting the thing, it will showing me the data for the same, and it is changing it over here, right? Let me save this report. And once I'm done with this report, I can go to the publish option. Then in the publish option, I need to select where I want to publish that report. So I want to publish that report in the my PL-900 workspace. And this is going to be my report 01. Select this one. And then let me go with the select option. And here you can see it is publishing my PL-900 report to the my workspace what I have created. So once the publish is successful, let me go back to the Power BI service. Here I am refreshing up my page. Then inside the PL-900 workspace, you can see this report. And let me open up this report. And you can see that I am having the access to the report what I have created. So is this thing is clear to everyone? All right. Now by using this report, if I do want to create a dashboard, then I simply click in here and then pin that thing into the dashboard. So the name of my new dashboard is going to be dashboard 01, and let me pin this live. So now here you can see my this data is created on the dashboard. Now, let me show you one more thing. If I want to embed that thing into the Power Apps, so let me go to the make.powerapps.com. Then let me select the application. In the application area, I want to go ahead and open my management application. And before embedding the Power BI desktop to the Microsoft model-driven application, we need to enable that option. So let me select the setting. And from in here, I'm selecting the advanced setting. And also I can go with the personalized setting itself. So it is running on the legacy client, so that's why it is slow. And also one more thing, report in a get flag. No, that is not possible. For publishing the report, for creating the report, we are using the Power BI desktop only. That's fine. Then here you can see in the activity formula email template, I'm not having those options present. That's okay. Synchronization, activity, format, template, signature, privacy, and all. Okay, in this area, let me go to the customization. Okay, here I'm not clicking the option for the same. So let me go with the data management, or I'm just skipping the option, no problem. In the customization or in the data management, we are getting one option like enable the Power BI dashboard to the desktop. That's okay. We will find that setting. Or what the next thing I can do, let me go ahead and edit this application. All right. And from the edit area, I want to add a new page in my application, and that is my dashboard. Then I am having the option for the Power BI dashboard. As of now, I'm not having any Power BI dashboard available. So let me select any one of the dashboard what I'm having, and then let me click on the add. So now you can see I'm having a new dashboard available with me. Let me save this application. And publish it also. Let me refresh this application as well. Go back. And now here you can see in my application, I am seeing this dashboard. So this is my dashboard, what I'm having in this area. As of now, you can see that I'm not getting the option for the Power BI dashboard because I need to enable it from in here. So let me go to the personal configuration setting from this area, and I am expecting one option for enabling the Power BI dashboard, and we are getting the same option in here. Okay, let me go ahead and create a new dashboard. It's only a Dynamics 365 dashboard. Let me try to do the same thing into the advanced setting. So maybe the portal is updated and few options are changed. We are just seeing one setting for the same. In the template, in the administration area, let me see it. Okay, system setting, resource in use. Ah, yes, correct. So when the system settings loaded, in the reporting area, I can find this option that allow Power BI visualization embedding. Okay, and once we have enabled this option, then we can see the new option in here, like it's for embedding the Power BI dashboard in here. In the new option, you can see that option Power BI dashboard. Let me select it. And it is opening up a window for me. And from there, we can select the dashboard, what I have published into the Power BI. And then I can add that work uh, dashboard in here. So as you can see that I have selected the things, and then let me click on the save. What is the issue? Let me go with the Power BI dashboard. In PL-900 workspace, I want to select this dashboard. This is my report one. Let me save it. Okay. And now here you can see I have embedded my Power BI dashboard to the my model driven application. That's okay. So that is the integration thing what I want to tell you all. And also that is all about the Power BI in here as a part of this course, because we are having the dedicated course into it. Now, before moving ahead with the sixth and the last module of this course called PL-900, please let me know everyone if you are having any questions for the same. In the Canvas application, there is no option for embedding the same, but we can do one thing. We can create the different type of visualization thing, and then we can embed those things into the Canvas app. Okay. So now I'm going to open up the next portal that is talking about the Power Virtual Agent. So in that specific area, I want to open web.powerva.microsoft.com, And then in this area, let me start a free trial for the same. Got it. And here you can see in my involvement PL session, in the chatbot option, we can see that if I'm having any chatbot present. So let me go to the create option and I want to create a chatbot in here. So let me create a new chatbot, click on the continue. And the name of my bot is going to be demo bot and click on the create. Okay, so now you can see that I'm having this demo chatbot present with me with the specific topic, entity, and the analytics itself. In the topics option, these all are the different topics are available that is available to the same. Let me turn off this topic for the lesson 1 topic, lesson 2 topic, and lesson 3 topic itself. And I want to create a new topic for me. And in the trigger faces, let me go ahead and add hi, or let me go with the PL-900 class. So this is my one phrase, trigger phrase, and the another one is PL-900 session, training, and class. So for example, these all are my session and the hello support need help. Then accordingly, I'm going to add a new option where it is sending a message. Hello, how may I help you? And based on that, it is giving us the question. And the question is your, let me go with that, your query about. And in the multiple choice option, I can add a new option that your query is about. And let me go ahead and delete this condition. Okay, in the option, let me type related to the training. Then in the new option, I can type related to the I can say like another thing. Let me delete those options. So first of all, let me go with the training and I need to add a new option and that option is for lab support. And accordingly, I'm having these two conditions are present with me, like the concern is related to the training or the lab support, and that's okay. So that is how we can go ahead and define the things in here. But as of now, I want to create a very simple book without any condition. So in that case, I want to go ahead and give another option that call an action or can send a message that is for thanks for joining me. Okay, and let me go ahead and select the topic name. So this is going to be the topic 01, and let me save this. Okay, so I have just created a very basic topics in here, and we can see those topics in here that the specific topic what I have created, the topic 01 is on. Let me go ahead and test the book, and inside that thing, let me run need help. And now here you can see I'm getting the message. Okay. So that is how we can create our own topic, and based on that we can set up the different condition. So once we are having our bot in place, we can publish that book, and we can publish that book towards the different area what we are having. Like we can publish that book into the Microsoft Teams, we can publish that book into the our website, we can also embed the book into the different applications what we are running. So these all are the different chatbot related options what we are having in the Power Virtual Agent itself. So now here you can see that we can visit the demo website where my bot is associated, and also we can go to the different channels where we can deploy our bot. So here if I can type that is PL-900 class. Now here you can see my bot is working. No, not in your canvas and the model driven application by using the graphical interface option. But if you are a developer, then what you can do, you can go back to the publish option, and in the publish option you can see the code that is mobile application, and then you can utilize your that embedded code into your canvas and model driven application in order to add that specific boot. But as of now, by utilizing the GUI interface, there is no any option present for the same, right? Okay, so this is the thing that how do we go ahead and create the different box in here. So I think that is all about the PL-900 course. We talked about all the modules what we are having into it, and we can also check the analytics for the book in here. So this is giving us the summary according to the thing that how our book is running. That's fine. So as of now, I can say that that is all about related to this course called PL-900 from my end. So now it is your turn for all that if you are having any questions, any doubt related to the things, what we have discussed so far in this course from the morning to till now. So you can ask your doubts to me in here. Okay, so everything looks good in here. So if everything is fine, so can we wind up the session for today? Sure, no problem. You can access the recordings by visiting to that specific links and the lab for recording, you can go to the GTechLearn.com, and into the past event section, you can see the recording for the PL-900 session, as I'm having those recordings are available for the different previous events. So that's okay. Thank you very much everyone for joining me in the session, and I hope this session makes sense to you. We'll see you all in the any other training session. You guys can register yourself for the different upcoming sessions what we are planning by moving to the upcoming event section, and then see you all into the next side of the event. Bye bye.